There's some good gag gifts back in the day for different holiday events. But if you're just popping in, go ahead and answer that attendance question over inside of the forum. We'll go ahead and get started with our lesson shortly after that. Let me go ahead and just post our lesson link for today over there as well. And I posted today's lesson link over inside the forum channel as well. Let me go ahead and share my screen with y'all. So everybody go ahead and answer that attendance question over inside of the forum channel. After you do that, you can go ahead and for conclude today's lesson. We're going to be learning about a database called MongoDB. So go ahead, for concluding the lesson, go through the preparation instructions for this lesson. Just wants you to check out to a training branch and npm install after you for conclude it. So I'll give folks a couple of minutes to finish that up, and then we'll get started with today's lesson. What do we have coming in over here? Pumpkin pie. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Pumpkin spice, water with a boiled egg, and hot sauce. The way you say water makes it sound like the water should be like the main attraction there, and like the hot sauce and the boiled egg are flavoring the water. But okay. Maybe that is how that's supposed to be going. Apple cider. Palmer iced tea. That's always a good solid. Never leave, if you ever get like any of the Arizona tea drinks, never leave those in the car overnight, especially if it can freeze, because like the mixture inside of it can freeze and then unfreeze, and then like it's just this disgusting gelatinous broken up thing. Very, very disgusting to accidentally try to drink that. But yeah. You're coming in late. We are finishing up adding a post over to the thread over in the forum channel and getting our lesson started. Working and cloning it. With that said, we have had a good 4 minutes or so to get everything set up. So let's go ahead, jump into today's lesson. So today we're going to be talking about our first database, and it's going to be something called MongoDB. It's a really cool database, really popular, one of the most popular ones out there. So we're going to be learning about it inside of this unit. Our objectives for today is we're going to interact with our MongoDB database and collections using something called the MongoDB shell. Whenever I'm talking about the MongoDB shell, that's kind of like the node REPL. It's an interactive way for us to interact with the database. So kind of similar to us typing node and then just being able to write JavaScript commands. We'll be able to go ahead and type Mongo and then start writing Mongo commands to interact with our database. After that, we're going to look at how we can create, read, update, and delete documents in MongoDB using the MongoDB shell. So as we learned about inside of Unit 1, we learned how to create, read, update, and destroy books and other resources on the front end. We're going to start learning, okay, if I wanted those to stick around in a database, how would I do that on the back end? What was our API doing behind the scenes back in Unit 1? Now for our preparation instructions, everybody should have checked out to the training branch, made sure to run your npm install. And with that said, you can go ahead, kind of just jump into it. So MongoDB, as I mentioned, it's going to be a database. And specifically, MongoDB is called a document store. You might hear this term dropped around every so often. Inside of MongoDB, any of the data that you're going to store in it is going to be stored inside of something called a document, which will end up looking very similar to a JavaScript object. We have some terminology over here to start off with, and maybe we can go ahead and just jump into that. Some terminology we're going to end up seeing whenever we're working with MongoDB going to be, well, first one we just talked about is going to be a document. mentioned that a document is going to be similar to a JavaScript object. They mentioned over here that's similar to JSON objects, so similar kind of idea. And a document is going to be made of name value pairs. So if I was looking at a Mongo document, this one down here could be an example. Looks pretty much just like a JavaScript object. We see that it has a name property of Sue. Inside of MongoDB, the keys or the names of the properties are going to end up being called fields. So it's got a field called name, whose value is Sue. It's also got a field called age, whose value is 26. It's got a field called status, whose value is A. And it's got a field called groups, that's an array. Now, each field is going to have a value, as they kind of mentioned over here. So same kind of idea as a property. It's just instead of calling the key a name, they call the key a field inside of Mongo. That's going to be kind of the start of our terminology. One other thing they mention is that these documents are technically not JSON. They're going to technically be something called BSON. Now, what BSON is standing for is, I believe it just stands for binary JSON. We could actually go ahead and type in BSON, see what the formal definition is. Oh, binary JSON. They didn't even try to make the SON still stand for something. Makes sense. So this BSON thing is going to be like JSON, except the B stands for binary. The idea behind BSON is we'll end up using it like JSON, we'll end up using it like normal JavaScript objects, but behind the scenes, they're going to store it inside of a binary format, instead of zeros and ones. And they're doing that just to make it a little bit more compact, make it take up less space, because they're building out a database. They want to be able to store a lot of data in it, and they don't want that data to take up a lot of space. So they're going to use binary JSON or BSON. A couple more pieces of terminology I'd like us to talk about. So we talked about how documents are going to be used to store data. They're going to have a lot of field value pairs, like our properties inside of JavaScript. Our documents can be grouped together inside of something called a collection. We see an example down here. We see that down here we have 3 different documents that all have the same properties on them, or the same fields on them. We see that this document has a name, age, status, and groups field. And it's the same thing for all 3 of these documents. Because these documents all share the same format, it might make sense for them to be stored together inside of a collection. So inside of MongoDB, we'll have documents for the individual pieces of data. And then we can store multiple documents that are very similar to each other inside of collections. So for example, maybe I've got multiple different people, like I'm seeing over here. I could keep these together inside of a people collection. If I was building out like a Pokemon database, I might end up having a lot of different Pokemon documents, and all of my Pokemon documents could be stored inside of a Pokemon collection. So collection is going to be a way for us to store multiple different documents. It's going to be a grouping of documents. The last piece of terminology they have up here is going to be the database itself. And when we're thinking about MongoDB, you can really think of a database just being multiple different collections. They phrase that as a container of collections. So the document itself has the field value pairs on it. A collection can have multiple documents, and a database can have multiple collections. So our database, if we're thinking back to maybe, if we actually think back to maybe the library API back in the day, for the library API, we ended up having some movies on it. So we had a movies collection. We also had a books collection. We also ended up having a users collection because we needed to be able to sign in. So we never got to see, we never saw those behind the scenes back inside of Unit 1, but all 3 of those collections had to exist. That's how we were storing our data. So a users collection, a books collection, and a movies collection. That's what we interact with back in Unit 1, all inside of that library API database. Now, before I get too much further, let's go ahead and see, do we have any questions about the terminology? I'm sure it will make more sense once we get into the actual examples, but any questions so far? Let me check the study hall channel. Looks like somebody's running into bugs. So collections are records. Collections. So right now, whenever you're using the term records, those are going to be more of the terminology we'd use for an SQL database, Deepa, as opposed to a NoSQL database. A collection itself is closer to a table inside of an SQL database. The documents would be like the records inside of a table, but we'll compare those more inside of Unit 4 once we see SQL as well. But for now, just learning inside of the terms that MongoDB uses. Okay, with that said, let's go ahead and talk about a couple of the data types. We can already see that all of our documents for all the fields, they're going to end up having different types of data. Like for the name, it ends up having a string over here. For the age, it's got a number. For the groups, it's got an array. And we can actually see the different data types by following this link. To go ahead and list off all the different BSON types that we can use. And let's go through a couple of these. I don't have too many examples of stuff. We'll go through a couple of these kind of at a high level. I'll end up having this double over here. Doubles are used for going ahead and having like floating point numbers. And that's what JavaScript is going to go ahead and use for your numbers just out of the gate. You also have things like strings or objects, which makes sense because for all these BSON types, they're really trying to support, okay, what can you do inside of JSON? So being able to support strings, being able to support objects makes sense. You can support those inside of JSON, so you need to be able to support strings and objects. You also have things like arrays, support binary data. It's going to be a little out of scope for today. You can also go ahead and support things like, well, looks like they used to support undefined, but got rid of that or deprecated it. If you ever see the word deprecated, that really just means that back in the day, we thought this was a good idea. With time, we learned it was not a good idea. So try to avoid it like the plague in the future. If you see deprecated, try not to use it if possible. Might still work, but it was an older idea. Some other things we'll see down here, these object IDs. We'll see an example of that in a bit. Booleans for true or false, dates, nulls, lots and lots of different types. If you ever need to go ahead and store a specific type of data, this is a good reference to look at, see, okay, it's the thing I'm trying to store listed over here. But with that said, it's a good reference point, but we're not going to go ahead and try to memorize all those types. Okay. Oh, wait.
Yeah, so when we're looking at the data types, it says that it does doubles. I didn't see any like whole numbers or integers or anything like that. Oh, so is that it right there, 32?
32,
oh, okay, cool.
64 would be the long if you're more useful to the Java kind of stuff.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. And if you needed like a really big like floating point number, they have this thing called decimal 128. Inside of JavaScript, if you go ahead and like start typing a really long number, like say you wanted to go ahead and type out pi or something like that, you want to be like const pi equals 3.14159369398979323. That's enough. If we go ahead and just hit enter on that and look at pi, it's going to start rounding it off pretty early. If you ever need like a really big number that's not going to round for a very long time, you can use this decimal 128. I'm not exactly sure how much precision it's going to have, but by default, you have about 14 digits of precision. So that's about where we're getting over here before it just starts truncating it. we can see that it completely ignores it 2.3 at the end. You use decimal 128, it goes much further. But little kind of off tangent, not the most important thing for us to really dive into. Deepa, you have a question?
Yes. When do we use min and max key?
I assume those are, it looks like those are just being used for kind of the smallest type. Not too sure off the top of my head, but you can look into the documentation more. It's not something that really comes up all that often because typically you're using the other types, like typically you're trying to store like a number or some Booleans or an array or something like that. So not something that really you'll run into all that often.
Okay. I found it.
Feel free to dig into that more.
Yeah, I already saw the document. Thank you.
Okay. With all of that said, let's go ahead and start getting some practice with this. So we're going to go ahead and start with our first database. Now, I want to make sure everybody's able to go ahead and start their database first. So if everybody can go ahead and navigate over to the terminal, I want everybody to go ahead and make sure that Mongo is running. If you're on a Mac, run this command up here, brew services start MongoDB-community. For you, it should probably go ahead and work. After you've ran it, go ahead and type Mongo, just Mongo like this, and see if you can get into the shell. If you're on a Windows computer, I believe you're going to have a different command. If you're on a Windows computer, try going ahead and inside of one tab. Oh, what is, 1 second, it's not letting, my typing is invisible right now for some reason. Okay. 1 second, I'm killing my terminal and restarting it because I cannot see what I'm typing, which does make it slightly harder. Okay. Apologies for that. Get back over to that folder. Oh, actually, wrong folder. Where the training folder. Okay. If you're on Windows, the command I want you to try to run is going to be MongoD. And then after that, you can run Mongo, like the Mac folks, to go ahead and test it out and see if you can open it up. Deepa, you had a question?
Oh, sorry, it was from previous. I'll lower my hand.
Alex, you had a question?
Yeah, do we run these commands in VS Code or in our terminal?
In the terminal.
Okay.
Just like I'm using over in the terminal. You'll want to go ahead and run your commands in the terminal too.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Ben. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. What's up?
For me, it's saying error, no available formula with the name MongoDB community.
Are you on Windows or Mac?
I'm on Mac.
And
I'm in the folder too.
Then what I want you to go ahead and do, I think I want you to go ahead and try brew install MongoDB-community if it's telling you that, and then try to run the command afterwards.
MongoDB community.
Yeah. If anybody else is running into errors, go ahead and raise up your hands for now. So, well, you go ahead and try that out. I'm going to debug with somebody else and see if we can't get any progress while you're trying it. Derek, what are you seeing?
I might have just totally spaced on what was the Windows command? Did we?
So on Windows, you'll want to try MongoD to go ahead and start up Mongo. And then after you've run MongoD, you'll want to run Mongo to actually open up the database. So MongoD starts the database, MongoD actually gets you inside of it.
So MongoD and then just Mongo?
Yep.
Okay.
See if that doesn't work for you. And Alex, is that a new hand or is that the old one?
It's a new hand. I typed in brew service start MongoDB community into the terminal.
Mm-hmm.
But I ran into an error.
Did you make sure to have an S after services?
Yeah, I just
Okay. What's the error?
copy and pasted it. Can I share my screen?
Sure. So can you run the command again? The brew services start MongoDB community. You were saying you were having an error with it.
Yeah, up here.
That's because you mistyped it up there. You typed as communit up on that line. That's why you retyped it. So let's try the command you just ran where you said brew services start MongoDB community. Let's make sure that runs. So space MongoDB -community. And make sure you have an O after Mong. Definitely have to make sure we type everything's just as it says. Okay, so it looks like you actually aren't running into any errors whenever you type that. Let's go ahead and try typing Mongo to see if you can get into your server. And you're able to get in just fine. So it looks like you're good. Let's go ahead and do Control-C twice to get you out of here, to get you ready for our next step, but you're perfectly good.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else running into any issues? Oh, Whale? Maybe yours is still around.
Yeah, mine is I'm sorry, man. It's like still saying no available formula with the name MongoDB community.
No worries. Go ahead and share up your screen.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
So let's make this a little bit bigger.
Oh yeah, that'll be tough for me to read. Yeah. Brew services start MongoDB. Oh, did you do the install for it?
Yeah, I did the install. I think it's this is it right here, MongoDB install community. I think it's supposed to be popping up soon. I'm not sure. Well,
So it never did it run whenever you ran that? Like if
it
you
did
didn't
run actually. Yeah, it did. Look, I ran right here. Everything was fine.
Okay.
And then
go ahead and first try killing your terminal and opening it. Let's see if that has any effect. Since you went ahead and installed Mongo, it just might not be picking it up. If not, we'll try installing a specific version.
CI. This is a trainings folder, right? And then this is Mongo.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm gonna copy and paste this right now.
Yep. Oh. Okay. One other thing we can try is let's do a brew install space Mongo. Oh,
sorry.
So type up. We got a little bit more to type.
Brew install
space MongoDB community followed by the @
DB
community. at, and the at needs to be touching it.
Hmm.
I think it's 4.4.
All right, let's see. Try press enter.
Yeah, actually, yeah, just try 4.4 and see if it can install that. No, okay, 1 second. I'm gonna try I think we might need a very specific version of 4.4 and try 4.4.9. 4.4.9.
Oh, sorry. 4.4.
4.9. Okay, that's strange. Go ahead and try to follow along as best as you can, and we'll try to catch you up on the next lab. Also, go ahead and try to reach out to Weston over inside of the red, and we'll try to go ahead and debug it with you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I'll stop sharing.
Okay. At this point, we're going to go ahead and move along with the lesson. If you're still running into any issues, we'll go ahead and look at those during labs as they come up. At this point, though, most folks should be able to go ahead and start their database and get inside of it. If you're currently inside of your database still because you ran Mongo, like I told you to, then I'd like you to go ahead and exit your database. The way I go ahead and exit the database is I always just hit Control-C. So Control-C gets me out of there. I want everybody to exit out of the database, just get back to their normal prompt. What we're going to go ahead and do is just try playing around with MongoDB, try out a couple of things. The first thing I want us to go ahead and do is to go ahead and interact with MongoDB by going ahead and just signing into the shell. But I don't want us to just do that by typing Mongo like we did a second ago. Instead, I want us to go ahead and say, okay, which database do we want to connect to? Whenever you go ahead and enter the Mongo shell, you can go ahead and tell it which database to use just by putting it after the word Mongo. So let's go ahead and try that. We're going to say Mongo space and then the name of our database, which is going to be Mongo-crud. And we'll hit enter. By going ahead and typing Mongo-crud logs us into the Mongo crud database, so we can interact with it. Now they list a couple of different commands we could use over here. Once we're inside of the Mongo shell, we'll notice that our prompt is now going to be this greater than sign. And one command we could do is to type db. If we type db and hit enter, it tells us Mongo-crud. db is always going to show what database you're currently signed into, which database you're interacting with. They also show up some other commands up here. They mention that you can go ahead and try out show space databases. At this point, I'm not expecting us to see all that much. Actually, it looks like I have one or two things over here because I've made a database or two. For y'all, I wouldn't expect y'all to see all that much down here. For y'all probably just see like maybe a local database, maybe a test database. This would be kind of my guess is what y'all are probably seeing right now. If you ever type show space databases, it's just going to show you all the databases you've created. Alex, you have a question?
Yeah, so I typed in Mongo and then Mongo-crud, but it says command not found.
My guess would be that you didn't exit the terminal first. So before we ran those commands, I told everybody to run Control-C to get back to the normal shell. And we typed Mongo mongo-crud. That'd be my guess.
I exited it. That said bye, and then I did the mongo crud command.
If you're still running into errors, go ahead and share it over inside of the thread with Weston. And go ahead and help you look at it there. Otherwise, follow along as best as you can, and we can go ahead and look at errors on breaks as they come up.
Okay, thank you.
So DB shows the database we're currently signed into. Show databases shows all of our databases that actually have data in them. Do you note that whenever I say show databases, I actually don't see the mongo-crud database, even though I'm signed into it. That's because even though I just said, hey, I want to sign into this mongo-crud database, since we haven't added any data to it, they're not going to show it. They're only going to show us databases that actually have data, because, you know, if database doesn't have any data, is it really a database? Kind of their approach to it. Now, README also goes ahead and mentions that we can use this other command called used to switch your database at any time. If I had logged into the shell just by saying Mongo, so if I just say Mongo, if I don't say Mongo space mongo-crud, then whenever I type DB, the database I'd be connected to would just be our test database. If you just say Mongo and don't specify, okay, which database do I want to go ahead and interact with, it's just going to assume you want to interact with the test database. Now, this use command lets us switch to any database whenever we want. So I could say use mongo-crud. Then it will tell me that I switched to the database mongo-crud. So if I type DB again, I get to see my database is now mongo-crud. So another cool command, use, just lets you switch the database that you're interacting with whenever you want to. So just interacting with the databases a little bit so far. That said, we aren't really able to show off all that much interesting information yet because we don't have any data. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next section of actually importing some data so we can actually have something to work with. Right now, inside of my mongo-crud database, I mentioned it was empty. So if I wanted to go ahead and see, okay, for my database, well, let me go ahead and check a collection. Let me go ahead and check the people collection, and I want to see how many people are inside of it. To go ahead and check to see how many people are inside of this collection, I can use the count method. So I'll go ahead and say db for database, .people for the people collection, .count, and hit some parentheses. Right now, it's going to tell me that I've got 0 people inside of my people collection, which makes sense because this database is currently completely empty. We're going to end up using this fancy tool called Mongo import, and we'll go ahead and import some different people into this collection. So in the future, whenever we do db.people.count, it won't be empty, but instead we'll actually go ahead and get back some people. We'll do that together inside of our code along over here. Let's go ahead, and for this code along, they suggest us writing it over inside the file scripts/import/people.sh. So let's go ahead and open that up over inside of VS Code. I'm actually going to go ahead and just start up a new tab to Command T so that I can open up VS Code inside of this other tab. Do that by saying code space dot. Remember from the Unix CLI lesson that dot just means the current folder. So just opening up the current folder. The file we wanted to edit was going to be inside of the scripts folder. So inside the scripts folder, inside of the import folder, and people.sh is where we're going to be writing this. So everybody navigate over to your scripts folder, into the import folder, and into people.sh. Now we're going to go ahead and start writing the command out that they have above, but we'll go ahead and just type it out instead of copying and pasting so we can talk about each of the flags as we get to them. First thing we need to write is Mongo import. It's the command we want to use. It's just another command that we can use from the command line, just like we could type Mongo or cat or touch. Takes a handful of flags. First flag is going to be the --db flag. And that's saying, okay, which database should I go ahead and import this data into? So for today's lesson, we're going to be using this Mongo-CRUD database. So we'll say --db equals Mongo CRUD. The next flag is going to be, okay, I know I'm importing some data, but which collection should this data go inside of? If we remember from our terminology, a collection is a way that we can group documents together. So we're going to go ahead and say --collection equals, and we'll group these documents together inside of a people collection. Then these start getting into some stuff which probably doesn't make too much sense unless we look at what data we're working with. The next thing they have is --type equals CSV. And that's trying to say what type of data are we working with? What type of data are we importing? Now, inside of this lesson, we've gone ahead and provided some data for us. It's inside of this data folder. Inside of the data folder, we've got 3 different files: a people.csv file, a doctors.csv file, and an ingredients.csv file. If I open up people.csv, GitHub goes ahead and shows me this really nice looking table. Kind of looks like an Excel sheet or whatnot. Got all these different rows, some columns with some headings, lots of different pieces of data inside of it. What they're showing us right now is something called a comma separated. We're seeing a sheet whose type is a comma separated values. That's what CSV stands for, so comma separated values. Right now, this doesn't look like comma separated values. We don't see commas anywhere. But if we click on this raw button, we get to see the actual data inside of this file. And all of the data is separated by commas. You get to see that all of our headings are separated by commas. Each of our rows are on a different line. And each of the values for the rows are separated by commas. So that's how it's able to go ahead and figure out that table structure. So we're going to go ahead and add that to our command as well. We'll say --type equals CSV, so comma separated values. It's a very, very common format for storing data. Realistically, CSV, Excel sheets, and JSON are probably like 3 of the most common formats you're going to see for actually storing data if it is inside of a database. Hisham, you had a question?
Yeah, so because this is a CSV file, it shows the data like that on GitHub.
Yeah, GitHub notices, hey, it's a CSV file. Realistically, that's just a ugly Excel sheet if we click on the raw button. So they decided, hey, since you're on GitHub, instead of showing you the ugly Excel sheet, we'll make it pretty for you. We'll allow you to go ahead and search it. So if I wanted to go search for somebody named Bo, we could go find them.
Pretty
There's
cool.
Bo Stafford. Now, since we're using a comma separated values file type, it has something called a header line, which we saw just a second ago. If I click, not ingredients, let's get back to people. If I click on this raw button, we get to see that the first line of a CSV file is going to be the headings. So, okay, the first value we'll have is going to be the family name. Second one's going to be given name. Because of that, we need to go ahead and add another flag called --header line, which just says, hey, the first line, it's not data for you to actually use. It's just us like giving you a heading. It's us saying, okay, what is this data? What kind of format's it in? So we'll add the --header line to say, okay, we do have that line of headers at the top. The last thing we'll add is our --file flag. And that's going to be, okay, which file are we importing? And the file we're importing is inside of the data folder /people.csv. And that's all we would need. I'm going to go ahead and try running this command now. Do note that for this file that we're writing, its extension is .sh. This is a shell script, just like our curl scripts were before. Shell scripts do just allow us to go ahead and run any commands that we'd run inside of the terminal. So we can run this the same way that we ran a curl script. So we'll run it by saying sh, and then the path to it, which was going to be scripts, import, and people. One thing to note is make sure to only run this once. If you run it more than once, you're going to import those people more than once, and it'll probably make your data look a little bit weird. So just run it once. If I run it and it was successful, it'll tell me 2438 documents imported successfully, 0 failed to import. If you run into any bugs, go ahead and hold them for now. And we can look at them on the next lab. But any questions about the actual steps we ran, or any questions about the logic, what any of these flags are doing? Sammy.
Yeah, sorry, just making sure what we're doing here, we're importing a data file into our newly created database file.
Yeah, so we created so we have this database called mongo-crud. We wanted to go ahead and import all of the data from this people.csv file into the people collection. And the type of data is going to be CSV. So it told us that we were able to import all these documents successfully. So we should have 2,438 people all inside of that collection at this point. So if I went ahead and logged into that database again, and this is just going to be a quick demo. So if I say mongo-crud, I say that. Do I already have this in the other tab? Yeah, I've already got it in the other tab. Let me, since I've already got this in the other tab, I'm going to see if we can't just run that db.people.count command again and see if it knows, oh, you actually have people now. If I run it, smart enough to know, okay, we have people. Originally, like if I just scroll up a little bit, last time we ran it, we had 0. Now it knows, okay, you got all 2,438 of them. And if I wanted to look at some of those people, I could say .find, and not technically needed, but it's a lot uglier if you don't do this. So we'll say .pretty afterwards, which makes it prettier. And we can actually see all these different people we were able to import. Let me go to the top of them. Oh gosh. Looks like we got Rodriguez, Palmer, actually Palmer, Rodriguez, Sean Johnston. Lots of different folks have been imported now.
Okay. And then just the last question for the type. So it has to match the import file, right? It's not like you can convert whatever is in the import file to another
Yes,
data.
you want to match the file type. If you notice that it ends in a CSV, okay, the type should be CSV. If you look inside of that CSV and see that the first line is a header, okay, you want the header line.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that said, if there aren't other questions about it, we're going to go ahead and actually jump into a lab. For this lab, I want y'all to go ahead and really work on the same kind of thing we just did, except y'all will be doing it for ingredients and doctors. If we go ahead and look at VS Code, we get to see that inside of the import folder, we have a file for doctors. We also have a file for ingredients. So I'll be going through the same steps for both of those. First, write out the files, then go ahead and run it once to import all of the ingredients, run it once to import all of the doctors. Okay, any questions about that lab before I go ahead and send y'all out? If you are running into bugs, whenever I send y'all out on the lab, stick around. We can go ahead and look at whatever bugs you're running into. Rob, you had a question?
So we're putting them into the Mongo CRUD database.
You're really low. Let me go ahead and bump my audio up a lot. Okay, try it again.
I can turn mine up too.
God. Oh gosh. Okay, we're good.
Okay, sorry. So we're putting those into the Mongo CRUD database also.
Yes, Mongo CRUD database. Mongo CRUD's going to be what we're using for this first lesson.
Okay, cool.
Good question. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up the breakout rooms then. If you do have any bugs, stick around. Weston and I will help you look at them. Okay, breakout rooms have been opened. If you are running into bugs on your computer, also just go ahead and raise up your hand. Whale, I assume that's why yours is raised. Oh yeah, we ran into the specific MongoDB community version. Okay, welcome back, everyone. You weren't able to go ahead and get your doctors and ingredients imported. No worries whatsoever. I'm in exactly the same boat. Let's go over this lab. For this lab, it's realistically going to be pretty much the same thing we just did for people. The biggest thing is, well, you need to change people out to doctors, then change people out to ingredients. So let's go ahead and open up VS Code. To go ahead and work on either of these, we can just copy our command. If you don't have this command available, you can also get it from the README. It's in there verbatim. And I'll go over to doctors first. Just paste it. Now, there are a couple of things I'd want to change in here. It says people twice. And I want that to be the same thing as the file. So it's referring to a file over in the data folder. The file is called doctors plural. So I'll change people in both places to be doctors in both places. So we can copy and paste the command we used to import people. Just change out doctors in these 2 locations. The same idea will apply over in ingredients. You can copy the same command over to ingredients.sh. And we're going to need to update 2 different places. The data file is ingredients plural, so ends with an S. Change both of these to be ingredients. And then after the 2 files are created, you can just go ahead and run them by saying sh, then the path to the files. So sh scripts import doctors.sh, followed by scripts import ingredients.sh. Goes ahead and tells me that I was able to import 32 doctors successfully, 95 ingredients successfully. And if I switch over to my other tab, which is still running the database, I could say db.doctors.find.pretty. And, oh, need parentheses after find. And it'll go ahead, be able to give me back some doctors. Looks like doctors have family name, given name, and specialty on them. Could also do the same thing for ingredients. See the ingredients, which have a name and a unit on them. So cumin, tablespoon, ground coriander, and table. Nope, teaspoon. Yep, misreading cooking stuff. Matthew, you had a question?
Yeah, what was the headers or the header line flag for again?
So that was saying that inside of our CSV file, if I go ahead and open up any of these, the first line is going to be the headings. So family name, given name, height, weight, born on. Since we're using a CSV file and our first line isn't data, it's not like River, Jonah, or Sloan, Randall, or any of the other ones. Instead, it's a header line. That's why we need to add the header line. Just saying, okay, your first line going to be the headings.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Sammy, you had a question as well?
But when you say the header, it's also the key, right? Because when you show it in the console.
It'll be the keys of the documents. Yes, the headings end up as the fields of our documents if we're using our new terminology.
Okay.
So any of these headers up here end up being our documents fields. Vale, you had a question as well?
Yeah, so I got them imported successfully, but you said that you have another terminal open, correct?
I do have a second terminal over here, or I've got a second tab. And then the other tab, I've got the database open with Mongo space Mongo -crud.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. If anybody else is wondering what I have set up over here, I just typed Mongo -crud. And then in the future, I can keep doing my db.people.find.pretty or whatnot to be able to see them. Alex, you had a question as well?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Are you doing that in VS Code or like your?
This is another terminal, and it just showed off how I set it up a second ago. So yeah.
Can you do it one more time? It was like Mongo and then Mongo -crud.
And definitely do that. Definitely make sure to be watching the screen. This is, I believe, the 4th time I've shown it up. So Mongo -crud. That's how we get into our Mongo CRUD database. And I'm just leaving that running inside of one of these other tabs as opposed to closing it and reopening it all the time. Just leaving one inside of our database. The other one, I'll just go ahead and run our import commands or whatever else we want to run. Okay, With all of that said, we have been going for a while, so we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll go ahead and come back at 11:19, and we'll keep learning about MongoDB then. So be back at 11:19. Okay, it's 11:19. Let's go ahead and come back together, everyone. If you fell behind at all on the last step, did go ahead and Slack out my code over inside of the code channel. So feel free to go ahead. And the way I Slacked it out was just I Slacked you to this page right over here. If you click on the add code from class commit, just see all of the code we wrote. So it's just those 3 import commands. Hisham, you had a question?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I just wanted to know, see when we imported the ingredients or like the doctors, and it shows that there's only, when you're doing the DB doctors.count and it's only showing 32, is that because it already grouped them by like their like practice and their
No,
like speciality or something?
that's because if we look at how many we imported, there's only 32 of them. Same with ingredients. If we went over to the actual CSV files, there should only be like 32 or 95.
Oh, my bad. I got confused. I was looking at the ingredients one for the doctors. So you're good.
Yeah, no worries. Let me click on the doctors. You can see 33.
Yeah, I got you.
Last one's urology.
Sorry about that.
No problems. Deepa, you had a question?
Yeah, I was running the people collection, and then it says it type it for more, right? So is there a way that we can exit out of it without doing Control-C?
Control-C is how I get out. I think there is another way, like .exit or something like that. Maybe exit parentheses.
No, I did exit. It said bye. So
Control-C is definitely the way I get out. So.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. Control-C kills you out of most things. If you're on, maybe I shouldn't be teaching you all this, but Control-C is kind of the nice way to ask a terminal program, like, hey, please kill yourself. Please like stop running. If you're ever wanting to be like less nice about it, Control / typically goes ahead and just forces it. Are they preventing it here somehow? Maybe my memory is off, but that's typically how I get out. Oh, that's very strange. Okay, I'm surprised that they're able to block that there. Or maybe my memory's just off. Sammy, you have a question?
Yeah, but I'm just wondering practically how does it look? So now we've imported those collections. Does it mean we have like 3 different files into one folder, or?
So a database is going to go ahead and it's not having all these different files or anything. The database has different collections. So we had 3 different collections at this point. We have our people, we have our doctors,
Right. And ingredients.
and ingredients. So those are 3 collections of data. And we can see that we're able to get back some of it. It also tells us we can type it to get more. But yeah.
But so, like, if looking at it on like a repository kind of thing, how does it look like? Is it?
It's BSON. So BSON's binary JSON. So 0s and 1s.
Oh, only. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, do we have another hand? Misha. And I think we have a couple hands still from earlier. But Misha.
So for the people that already do like JavaScript, not JavaScript, SQL, Jesus, collections would be equivalent to like tables within the database. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. And the documents are the same kind of idea as rows of that table.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Let's go ahead and keep going along with our lesson at this point. So made some good progress. We got our data imported I think most people, or at the very least, nobody has let me know that they're still running into any Mongo issues. So I think we're all good on the Mongo side. Next thing we'll go ahead and talk a little bit about is going to be retrieving documents from a collection. They actually have a lot of nice links over here from our docs to go ahead and look into it more. So feel free to dive into any of these. First two are really just about how do we get data out of our database. The next one goes into query operators, which are realistically like operators we can use whenever we're searching for data. So maybe something like, I want to see maybe people with an age greater than something. I could use the $GT operator. You can also go ahead and look for like less than. If we open up the operators, let's see what all is over here. Equal to makes sense. Greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, not equal to, not in an array or in an array. Lots of different operators over here. So if you ever need to do some very fancy querying, looking over these operators could be good. They also go ahead and include two docs for different methods. One's called find and the other one's called find one. These two methods are very similar to each other, and y'all have actually already seen me use one of them. I just haven't really explained it to y'all. Y'all have seen me go ahead and do something like db.people.find.pretty. Well, what find is doing is it's going to go ahead and it finds all of the people, and then it's going to go ahead and show me, I think, only 20 to start off with. So I think each time it's just giving me like 20 or so. Maybe that's 15, but about 20 or so. And if you want more, you can type it to get more. The other link down here is talking about a similar method called find one. The way that find and find one are different is, well, find one just finds the first document that you're looking for. So if I say db.people.find one, it's going to go ahead and just give me back the first person I found, Palmer Rodriguez, as opposed to all of them. And, you know, limiting to show me 15 to 20 to start off with. Scroll to the top. I think Palmer was the very first one that we saw earlier. Yep, very first one. So lots of good links over here. You can go ahead and check out. And we will go ahead and reference some of them as we're going through our code along today. Now for our code along, we're going to go ahead and start off just by doing a handful of different queries, getting used to, okay, how can I request these documents out of my database? The first one, y'all have seen me do a handful of times, but let's all go ahead and do it together, get that muscle memory. We'll go ahead and try to get all of the people. If I want to search for all of the people, I say db dot, then you say the name of your collection. So since I want to search the people collection, I'll say dot people. And then say dot find, followed by parentheses. And that's technically all you would need to find people. If I just hit enter now, though, I do get all these people back, but it's kind of ugly and hard to read. There's not a lot of white space over here. Kind of all gets clumped together. So we'll also go ahead and say dot pretty at the end with an opening and closing parentheses. Then we get back our people, but they're formatted nicely. Now, one thing that it would probably make sense to talk about at this point is with all of our people, they all have an ID on them. Y'all actually saw these IDs back over inside of Unit 1. Y'all remember how our books or our movies had an underscore ID property on them, or a user? Yeah, that's actually coming from the database. The database, whenever we go ahead and create one of these documents, the database creates one of these IDs for us. It's always going to be unique. We're seeing now that all of these IDs have a type to them as well. Their type is object ID. That will become more useful inside of future lessons, but for now, just something to kind of keep a note of. Okay, let's go ahead and try out some other queries. This is kind of our most basic one, just find all of the people. And it's going to show 20 at a time. Next one is, let's go ahead and try to find all of the people that include John in their family name. We can type up just to keep going with the previous command. So we're going to start off by still finding all of the people. If I want to find all of the people that include John in their family name, well, what we can do is find can actually accept an argument. We can go ahead and give it an object specifying, okay, what are we looking for? And for this object, we can go ahead and give it different parameters that we want to search by. So if I want to find all the people that include John in their family name, well, all of my people have a family name field on them, family name property. So I could say family name, colon. And if I wanted to go ahead and look for a specific last name, like maybe Johnson or something, I could use a string. So I could say something like Johnson. Let's see if we have somebody with that as a last name. Sweet. Apparently young Johnson exists. Karina Johnson. Oh, a lot of people exist for this. Okay. Lots of Johnsons out there. Irvin Johnson. Now, we could go ahead and search for a specific name by using a string like that, just passing in the string of Johnson. But our README is wanting us to go ahead and look for people that include John in the family name. If we want to go ahead and look for names that include John, then instead of using a string, we can use something called a regex. Instead of just saying John inside of single quotes, we'll say John, but it'll be between forward slashes. If I hit enter, now I still see young Johnson, still see Karina Johnson. I see some other people as well. Now I've got Glenna Johnston with a T in there. Or Chantel Johns. Kent Johns. Lots of different people. So the way we did that search again was instead of going ahead and using double quotes, we used forward slashes to go ahead and search using something called a regex, a regular expression. We're not going to go super deep into regular expressions today, but just for today, we can go ahead and think of them as, okay, if we use 2 forward slashes, it's like saying includes, saying if the family name includes John. Let's go ahead and stop for some questions. Anything from the thread about our searching so far? Very similar to select queries. Yep, very similar to a select query. Lydia, you had a question?
So if we wanted to search like John in the family name and given name, would we do like family name, comma, given name, and then colon, and then backslash John, colon, backslash?
Yeah, so let's look for somebody who, let's go ahead and look up our data, see who we could maybe look for a little bit more. Maybe we want to look for somebody who's like got no inside of the given name, but still has John. As you were kind of mentioning, we could go ahead and use a comma to be like given name. And if we want to just look for no over here, do the same kind of thing. Now we got Norris Johns. So if you want to search by multiple properties, just comma separate them.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Keep going along with our examples. So we just saw all the people that include John in their family name. The next thing we're going to go ahead and do is let's search for all of the doctors who perform surgery. So we'll start this off Oh, am I covering up the question? There we go. Start this off by saying db.doctors. And before we start really searching for all the doctors who perform surgery, let's first go ahead and just do a .find and a .pretty, just so we can see, okay, what do the doctors look like? We can see that for the doctors, they have a given name, a family name, just like your people do. They also have a specialty. I want to look for all the doctors who perform surgery. Well, we want to search by their specialty. Inside of our .find, let's go ahead and pass it an object. So we'll use our opening and closing curly braces. We'll use a property of specialty to search by. And let's go ahead and try out our regex again. Regular expressions. Do 2 forward slashes. In between them, we'll just say surgery. You run that. Does give us back a couple of folks. Looks like Scotty Malone is an oral and maxillofacial surgery. And Sean Johnston does general surgery. So we got that by saying db.doctors.find, pass an object to search by, and we're searching for specialty that includes surgery. See what other questions they have down here. The next one they have for us is, how about the number of people under 5 feet tall? Sounds like we'll be using our people collection again. So we can start this off by saying db.people.find. And let's also go ahead and add our .pretty at the end. Whenever we do our .pretty, we get to see what a person looks like again. And we get to see that it has this height field on it. If we're looking for people under 5 feet tall, looks like we're going to want to use this height field. And if we look at this height field, right now, it's saying the height is 72. So the units they're using look like inches. Looks like 72 inches or 6 feet tall. So we're going to want to search for a person by their height. Let's start this off by db.people.find. We'll do some curly braces in here. And then we'll type in our height. Now, 5 feet tall would just be 60 inches. But we don't want to search for everybody who is 5 feet tall. We want to find the people who are under 5 feet tall. If I just hit enter now, we'd get all the people who were 5 feet tall, like Horace Cantrell, Crystal Decker, Horace Wise, so on and so forth. To go ahead and figure out people under 5 feet tall, we'll actually need to go back up to this query operators. We go up to our documentation, go to query operators. Well, the query operator we're looking for is going to be the less than operator down here. We want to find people who are less than 60 inches. Let's go ahead and click on that as an example, see what's over here. Then they have an example down here of how to use it. Looks like inside of their example, they want to go ahead and find all of the inventory items whose quantity is less than 20. The way they did it is go ahead and search by their field over here. So we're still going to want to search by our height. But where the value would go, instead of putting a value here, you put an object with your query operator. So let's replace where we have a 60 right now with an object. I'll say $LT colon, and we want to find people who are less than 60 inches, less than 5 feet tall. If we run that, now we're actually getting back all the people who are less than 5 feet tall. Myron Johns, Marietta Hahn, Noel Rosario, so on and so forth. So we're getting really close to what they're asking for at this point. We're able to get back all of the people who are less than 5 feet tall. The one last thing that we really need to change here is they're wondering about the number of people who are less than 5 feet tall. If we want to find the number of people who are less than 5 feet tall, well, there's actually a couple of ways you can find that. But one way we could do it is instead of having .pretty at the end, I believe we can just say .count. And apparently there are 368 people who are under 5 feet tall. Any questions about our query operator so far? Main idea is that instead of hard coding a value here, instead of hard coding 60, we pass an object with our query operator. So $LT for less than, and then the value that we want to search, and make sure the height is less than, so 60. Okay. Let's keep chugging along. Any other things that'd like us to search for? How about finding at most 2 people under 5 feet tall? If we want to search for people under 5 feet tall, we can use our find command again with the .pretty at the end. Now, they want us to go ahead and try to do 2 other things though. They want us to go ahead and sort the data. So they want us to sort by the descending order they were born in. And they also want us to limit it to showing at most 2 people. So instead of just showing all 20 people like we see right now of the preview, it wants us to limit it down to just showing 2. Now, the way we can go ahead and limit things is actually pretty nice and pretty easy. Let's go ahead and see if we can't just get the docs for it as well. I'm going to say MongoDB limit. Is this the shell docs? Yeah, these are the shell docs. They show us that there's this limit method. And for the limit method, we can just call .limit after we find, pass in the number that we want to limit or search by. So for our previous search, where we're searching for all the people who are less than 5 feet tall, after we make our call to .find, we could say .limit, opening parentheses, 2, closing parentheses. And now instead of getting back those 20 folks, we just get back 2. We just get back Alba Whitfield and Eddie Law. So that .limit method, pretty neat, pretty useful. Do make sure that you put it after the .find. Misha, you have a question?
So there's 368 people under 5 feet. How does it choose which ones to show with the limit?
I think it's just, so I think it's off of the order that they were last updated at, like the last time you updated a document. That said, it's kind of up to the database. So I would suggest that if the order ever matters, go ahead and do the sorting thing we're about to learn, because if the order ever matters, it's probably better that you chose the order as opposed to the database.
Okay.
Whale, you had a question as well?
Yeah. How did you find this limit page? My bad.
I just Googled limit MongoDB, I think. Whenever you're doing searches like this, it can also be nice to add in like the word shell, because you'll see Mongo used in a handful of different places, but yeah, that should get it.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Now, the other thing we were talking about or wanting to do was it wants us to go ahead and sort in descending order. Let's go ahead and do a similar thing. We'll just say MongoDB sort, and maybe shell as well, just to make sure it knows what we're looking for. Brings us to this cursor.sort method. And they mentioned that, okay, the way it's going to work is you're going to call .sort. You'll end up giving it this object with a field and a value. Do they have an example telling you what those values should be? Mention over here that the value is going to end up being a 1. And I mentioned it could be 1 or -1, depending on if you want to be ascending for 1 or -1 for descending. Let's try sorting. What did it want us to sort by a second ago? They wanted us to sort by the born on date. So after we type .limit, let's go ahead and use that sort method documentation. And we'll say .sort. We'll pass it an object. We'll give it the field of born on. Give it that property. And I believe it said it wanted it in descending order. So descending would be -1. I go ahead and enter. Now I'm getting back Gaylord Marshall and Tessie Rose. And they were both born extremely recently, both over in 2014. So it is sorting in descending order. If I used 1 instead of -1, it would sort in ascending order. So instead of getting back those two folks, we get back Gus Hayes and Clayton Yarbrough, who were born in 1940. So that sort is going ahead, sorting by ascending or descending based off of when they were born. I'll go ahead and switch it back to -1 though, so that we get the youngest folks again. Okay. Any questions about our findings so far? How we sorted things, how we limited things. Wait, is that a new question or is that the one from earlier?
It was the one from earlier, but I do have a question now though.
Go for it.
Does it matter in the way that you're actually like putting in these queries, like the .sort and all that, or?
I think some of them matter. Particularly, I think if you move the .pretty anywhere earlier, it's not going to work. So if we move like .pretty, even after the limit, I think that would screw up the .sort. Oh, was it able to do that? Maybe they've updated that since. I remember that failing at some point in the past. I think some of them matter. That said, I couldn't give you like the exact order between them. I think for the most part, just make sure your limit, sort, and pretty are after the find, and you're probably going to be all right. Deepa, you have a question as well?
Yes. So for strings, we need to give it within slashes, right? For example, specialty, surgery, and then we put the surgery within the slashes, right?
That's if you want to search inside of the string. So we wanted to search inside of the strings to see if there was a specialty anywhere in the string. So we got back general surgery and some other fancy kind of surgery, which I couldn't say off the top of my head. And then we also found folks whose names included John. So like John's, Johnston, just John, Johnson without a T.
Okay, look at rejects. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, with that said, we do have another 10 minutes before lunch, so let's go ahead and try out a lab. For your lab, what I want y'all to do is I want you to write a query to get all of the ingredients with a unit of tablespoon. So you'll be writing a query, kind of similar to what we were doing, but you'll be writing it for ingredients, and you want to get all of the ones with a unit of TBSP. So y'all be working on that. While you're working on it, feel free to go ahead and just try it out over in the shell like we have been doing. But once you've finished it up, go ahead and keep track of it over inside of the find and inside of the ingredients.js file. You just paste it inside of here to keep track of it in the future. If I was wanting to keep track of the people.js stuff I just did, I could just go ahead, copy and paste it, drop it in here. So do something similar over inside of your ingredients.js file, so you have it for later. Okay, gonna go ahead and open up the breakout rooms for y'all to work on it, and I'll add a checkpoint over to the code channel. If you're still experiencing any issues with your MongoDB setup, feel free to stick around and we can keep looking at that. The rooms are opened. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. Let's go ahead and come back together, everyone. Okay. When we left off, y'all had just done a lab to go ahead and read all of the ingredients with a unit of tablespoon. So you'll probably end up writing something along the lines of db.ingredients.find. Looks like the field we're searching by is called tablespoon. So actually, what's the field called? The field itself is called a unit, if I recall correctly. And then for a unit of tablespoon, we can use the string of TBSP. If y'all went ahead and used the // for regex, that would have worked as well. And then go ahead and do a dot pretty. Just make sure it looks nice. If I run that, looks like brown sugar, breadcrumbs, salsa, all going to be in tablespoons. So that was that command right there. Go ahead and copy and add it to our files, so we'll have it for later as well. So I'll go ahead and add this over to our ingredients file. And just paste it in here. Okay. That is going to be reading documents. We'll end up doing that a handful of more times throughout today, especially before we go ahead and delete a document. A good practice I like to always be in is to go ahead and search for the documents first before I try to delete them, just to make sure, okay, I got what I was expecting before I delete it. If you're just deleting something without being sure that it is what you thought it was, yeah, can run into errors. So I like to go ahead and do a search first. Our next section we're going to talk about is going to be deleting. And again, we have a lot of links here for y'all. I can go ahead, go into a decent amount of detail. Inside of MongoDB, there are 3 kind of main ways to delete something. There's going to be this delete one method that will go ahead and delete a single document. There will be a delete many method that can delete many documents, as many as you want. And then there's going to be this old method called remove. Remove could do either or, but it's an older thing. Shouldn't use remove anymore. Mentioning it because you might run across it inside of code out there, but we'll be using delete one or delete many. Remove is deprecated, shouldn't touch it. Now, to go ahead and use delete one or delete many, we can use them pretty much the same way that we used find one or find, just with delete one or delete many instead. Let's go ahead and look at a couple of examples. The first thing it wants us to do is to go ahead and remove a person with a specific born on date. Let's go ahead and do that together. If we wanted to remove a person with a specific born on date, we could start off by just, if it's going to be a specific person, we could do like a find one call. So let's start off with db.people.find1. Just do opening and closing parentheses for now. And we don't need to do a .pretty for find one, since we're only getting back a single document. Just already makes it pretty for us. So we'll just say db.people.find1. Now, the person we got back was Palmer Rodriguez. And it looks like he was born on April 9th, 2012. Let's go ahead and try to delete Palmer Rodriguez. The way we're going to delete him is, and let's go ahead and, I was mentioning earlier, I like to go ahead and search first for something before I delete it. So let's go ahead and search for somebody who was born on, so we'll say find one, and inside of the parentheses, we'll use the curly braces, born on. And let's make sure they were born on his birth date. So we'll go ahead and just type out 2012 0409. I'm going to run this just to make sure we can find him by giving it his birthday. And we still get Palmer Rodriguez back. Since we were able to go ahead and get Palmer Rodriguez back, if we replace find one with delete one, it will actually go ahead and remove him. And we can be sure it's going to remove Palmer Rodriguez because that is the person it found whenever we just try to find a single person. So I'm going to go ahead and run the same command as before, except instead of saying find one, now I'm saying delete one. If I run that, it tells me acknowledge true. So just letting me know, yeah, I'm going to delete something. And then it told us that the deleted count was 1. So it only deleted a single document. If we try to search for someone born on 2012-04-09 again, we're either going to find somebody else who was born on the same day, or we're not going to find anyone. Tried searching again, and I got back null. Looks like nobody else was born on the same day. So that's how we can delete a single document. Similar to how we find a single document, except instead of saying find one, we say delete one. Let's see if there are any questions over in the study hall thread. Questions about deleting a single element so far. Is there a way to query specific IDs? We'll see a way to do that once we get over to another tool called Mongoose. If you want to search by an ID right now, instead of searching by born on, I believe we can just switch it out to whatever ID you want to search by doing like an underscore ID. I need to know somebody's ID to do that though. I just deleted the person I knew. So let me go ahead and try to show that off. Deepa was asking how we can search by someone's ID. I believe if I wanted to search for Sean Johnston by their ID, I believe we can just say _ID : and paste it in a string. They might make you do a little bit more work. Yeah, okay, they want a little bit more work. Do they want to just type object ID? It's a little bit different inside of Mongo than it will be inside of a tool we'll learn in a little bit called Mongoose. Yeah, okay. It looks like if you want to search by the ID, you could do _ID, then use their object ID format that we're seeing up here. Search by the ID. That was a question that Deepa had.
Not exactly, Ben, sorry.
Oh,
I was wondering if we have to get a range of IDs. Here it's all specific, it's a set of long strings, but then if we want to specifically look for only a range of IDs, how would we do that? No,
that's not going to be something that's useful here because the IDs are randomly generated. So there isn't really a range there. They're supposed to be super random for the sake of randomness itself. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's also go ahead and look at how we can delete multiple of something. The other thing it wants us to do down here is to go ahead and remove all doctors who have medicine in their specialty. Same kind of idea as last time. Let's first search for all doctors who have medicine in their specialty. Just make sure that we find what we're expecting to delete. Don't want to delete something unexpectedly. So we'll start off by db.people. Since we want to find many, we'll just use .find. And actually, I already made a typo. We're trying to remove all of the doctors, so we aren't using db.people. We're using db.doctors. So db.doctors.find. I'm just going to go ahead and do a .pretty and call this for now, just so we can see what data each doctor has. And we can see that each doctor has a specialty. Now, we want to search to find any of them that have the specialty of medicine. We'll go ahead and pass the .find an object. We'll go ahead and give it a field or a property of specialty. And if we want to make sure it includes medicine, we'll need to use our regex again. So 2 /. And then we'll say medicine. If I run that, looks like we have a couple of different doctors who have medicine inside of their specialty. Looks like there's a physical medicine and rehabilitation doctor, sports medicine doctor, a couple of other ones. So we did get 4 doctors back. Now, let's go ahead and try to delete them. To change this from finding them to deleting them, well, first, we want to get rid of the .pretty at the end. If you try to delete something then called .pretty, pretty sure that fails. Don't think I've ever had anything good happen whenever that's called. We'll also want to go ahead and replace where it says .find with .delete many. So if we go ahead and hit enter, we'll go ahead and confirm that it was able to delete them. And it mentions that the deleted count was the 4 doctors we just saw above. I'm going to go ahead and copy this over into those files up above. So if I look inside of the scripts folder, we had a remove folder. We had one for doctors. I'll paste in this line so we have it for later. And then the other line that we used for deleting was we deleted person earlier, I believe. There we go. We deleted a person right here. Add that to the people file for us. Okay. Are there any last questions about deleting before we go ahead and jump into a lab? Any last questions about our delete one or delete mini functions? Sharon.
Can you undo a delete or?
Nope. If you delete it, it's gone, which is why you should make sure to do that find ahead of time. Just make sure, okay, what am I about to delete? Make sure it's what you want it to delete. Less of an issue, on your own personal projects, but once you're working with, production data or anything like that, good to make sure you don't accidentally delete something you don't want to delete. Or to make sure that you have backups. Deepa, you have a question as well?
Can we delete the whole collection?
Yes, you can. I actually show that up above. I mentioned that if you want to go ahead and get rid of the whole database, you can say db.drop database. If you want to get rid of a collection, you say db.collection.drop. So db.people.drop or db.doctors.drop. But I would not suggest doing that because you want that data. So, probably leave it around for now. Trevor, you had a question as well?
Yeah, I'm sorry if you already touched on this, but what does the acknowledged true indicate?
I believe it's just saying that it was able to delete it. I think it's just like saying, okay, I acknowledged that you tried to delete something, and yeah, we're going to delete 4 of them.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You'll see acknowledgements pop up every so often in the web, and that's a pretty common thing, like the very low level of like networking, like once you get into like TCP being like, okay, I sent a packet to you, acknowledge that you got this from me. But yeah, so assuming they're doing something similar. But if there aren't other questions about it, let's go ahead and jump into your lab. Your lab is going to be to delete some ingredients. And specifically, I'd like you to remove the ingredients that have ml as their unit of measure. So might be good to familiarize yourself with what ingredients look like again if it's been a while. We want to go ahead and delete any of the ingredients whose unit is ml. See some units of TSP in here. Assume some actually have the unit of ml. Jean, is the question about the lab?
Oh no, it was just about we'll call it when you're saving those commands. Why are we saving in VS Code again? Is it because when we rerun the database that it will take those scripts into account, or?
So 2 reasons. One, because I'm teaching y'all, so can go ahead, add them over there, Slack them out later. You all have access to those commands. You can also go ahead and later run those files from to the Mongo shell, but we'll learn about that towards the end of the lesson.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, just keep adding to the files now so that you'll have them if you need them in the future. Okay, well, let's go ahead and jump into your lab where y'all will be deleting any ingredients whose unit is ml. Where's my button for your breakout rooms? There it is. Welcome back, everyone. Looks like all of the teams were able to finish up that lab, so let's go ahead and go over it. The first thing I would suggest, always go ahead, search for what you want to get rid of first. So we're searching, we're using find to find all of the ingredients. Its unit is ml. Looks like it's 4 of them: chicken stock, vegetable broth, milk, and yogurt. And then to actually go ahead and get rid of them, replace that find with a delete mini. And it'll tell us that it was able to delete all 4 of them. If I try to search for them again, now I don't find anything. So that is how we delete. I'm going to go ahead and copy this line, add it over to VS Code, so I can send it out for y'all later. This is the remove for ingredients. Yeah. Okay. Well, that brings us through not only reading ingredients, but also going ahead and deleting them. And we have a couple of other things we're going to learn how to do with documents today. We're also wanting to be able to update documents. And then later, we'll want to be able to add them to a collection or create them. Let's talk about updating next. Got a lot of docs over updating. Got the general page up here. A page on how to update using the update one method, which will update a single document, similar to how find one would find a single document or how delete one would delete a single document. We also have an update mini method, which, like the delete mini method, will delete many. This one will update many documents, where delete many would delete many documents. There's also another method called update. Similarly to how, if we remember, to delete something, we had a remove method. The remove method could delete a single document or many documents, but it was deprecated, it's old, shouldn't be using it. Did they tell us that we shouldn't be using it? I have expect that they mentioned that over here. Maybe it's on a different page. I have a deprecations page in particular where they mention not to use the remove method a lot. Same kind of idea applies down here for update. Originally, there was just this update method, and it could update a single document, or it could update many documents. But now update is deprecated. We shouldn't use it anymore. Instead, we should use update one or update many. Those are our preferred methods nowadays. Now let's go ahead and update some documents. Okay. So let's go ahead and update a person. And it looks like what they want to go ahead and do is they want to update somebody whose name is Bo and change their name to be Robert. Let's go ahead and try that out together. I have similar advice for updating something that I do for deleting. Before updating something, I would suggest going ahead, finding that document, making sure that what you're about to update is what you are expecting it to be. So let's go ahead and start off by searching for somebody whose given name is Bo. We'll start off by saying db.people. If I want to go ahead and just find a single person, I can use .find one. And in parentheses, we can pass it an object to search by. And we want to search by the field given name. And we'll go ahead and just use the string of Bo. If we run that, we do find somebody named Bo Stafford. So this is the person we're going to want to update. Now, to go ahead and update them, we can go ahead and modify our existing find one call. And we can go ahead and change it to be update1 instead. The first thing we pass update1 is still going to be the same search object. Same object with given name : Bo. Stays exactly the same. Let's go look at the docs for update1 to see, okay, what's going on with that second object. If we look at the docs, we get to see that the first parameter is called filter. So that's our search object, the given name of Bo. The second parameter is called update. See if they have any good examples of how to use update over here. You can see that one way we can use update is to set a value. If you want to set a value, the second object over here, you go ahead and use an opening curly brace and a closing curly brace for this update parameter. And if we want to go ahead and set the value of some of the fields on the document, we can go ahead and use this set operator. So we'll say $set. So we'll use the set operator. And what set wants is it wants an object saying, okay, what fields do you want to set? In this case, they wanted to set the status field, and they wanted to set it to the value D. If I want to change given name to be Robert, I'll say, okay, well, I still need to go ahead and give an object over here. The value of set is an object. And for that object, I'm going to go ahead and set the given name field. So we'll say given name. And the value we want to set given name to is going to be Robert. So we can use the set operator to go ahead and set a field. There are other operators out there. They also show this inc operator, which looks like it can go ahead and increase the quantity by 2 of something, which is cool, but I'm going to be focused on the set operator for now. If I run this, it goes ahead and tells me acknowledge true. So it sounds like it worked. Told me it matched a single document, and it modified a single document. Now I can go ahead and check to see if this worked by maybe searching for the ID. I'm going to go ahead and copy this ID up here, this whole line. And I'm just going to say db.people.find1, give it some curly braces, paste that whole line in between the curly braces to search for it. If I search for that same document, it's able to find it. And we can see that the given name is now Robert. So instead of being Bo Stafford, we've updated them to be Robert Stafford. So it used to be Bo, now it's Robert. What questions do we have about updating so far? Definitely understand that the syntax for it's kind of weird. It's like, okay, now we've got 2 objects. If we remember this first one, just the same kind of search object we use for find one. So kind of feel that should be a little bit familiar. But then the syntax for setting a property can be a little strange, having to use the $set operator. Make sure that you set it to an object, specifying which fields you want to update. Let me check the study hall channel, see if there are any questions on the thread. No, no questions. Okay, if there aren't, oh, Greg.
Quick syntax question on the name you set it to, Robert. You did double quotes and then single on Bo. Does it have to be double for that, or is it interchangeable?
We're using JavaScript over here, so you can use either way. Yeah, it just wasn't being
Got it.
consistent.
It doesn't need to be consistent like within the same command. Okay.
Just make sure that you don't like start one with a single quote, then end it with a double quote, because that won't work. But as long as you use the same on each side to start and close it, you're good. Matt, you had a question as well?
Yeah, just kind of like a funny error I ran into is when I update one, I spelled the parameter wrong. I spelled it give name instead of given name, and it still returned acknowledged true, matched count one, modified count one. But then when I went to find it, it wasn't there. So, or it wasn't, I found it, but it wasn't updated. So just kind of a weird.
Well, if it said it modified it, it probably found something and modified something, but definitely why we always want to make sure that we do that find one call or that find many, we always do the find one or find call first. Always make sure that before we update something, we're 100% sure, okay, what are we going to update, just so we can check in the future.
Yeah. Cool.
Oh, wrong button. Okay, let's go ahead and look at our next example. I believe we're going to be talking about, we just saw how to update a single thing. Probably going to update many in just a second. So next thing it wants us to do is to update all of our doctors whose specialty includes surgery. So let's go ahead and try that out. Let's first go ahead and search for all of our doctors whose, we're first going to start by searching for all of our doctors whose surgery, words. We're going to search for all of our doctors whose specialty includes surgery. So we're going to start that off by db.doctors. Just go ahead and reference our doctors collection. We're then going to say .find to search through our doctors. And it's been a little bit, so I'm just going to go ahead and do a .pretty and hit enter just to see what all is on our doctor. Looks like they have a specialty field. Out of the .find, let's go ahead and use an object so that we can search by the specialty. If we want to search by the specialty, we're going to need to spell it exactly the same way that we see up above. And if we want to find specialties that include surgery, well, to use the include functionality, we'll need to use a regex. So we'll say /surgery/. We hit enter. We should be able to get back a couple of different surgeons. Get back Sean Johnston, Scotty Malone. That was with our db.doctors.find the specialty of surgery. Now, if we want to update them, well, we can type up. To update them, we don't want a .pretty at the end, so we'll have to get rid of that. And we'll need to go ahead and replace where it says find with update many. Now, if we pull up the docs for update many, you're going to see they look pretty similar to the docs for update one. We have our filter object first, followed by our update object. And they probably have an example down here for us. Yep, showing us the exact same example we saw a second ago. Okay, so wants us to go ahead and update our doctors whose specialties include surgery. How do we want to go ahead and update them? Let's go ahead and say comma after our first object, after our search object. Go ahead and create another object. And we're going to go ahead and say $set to go ahead and use that set operator. We'll use a colon after it. And then we'll go ahead and add an object. anything we put inside of this object will be set on those doctors. So could go ahead and modify them in a lot of ways. Let's go ahead and say favorite game is Operation or something like that. A little surgery game. We can really go ahead and modify them however we want. You can notice right now that they don't have a favorite game on them. We can go ahead and even add things that don't exist. If I hit enter, it tells me that I acknowledged the update, matched 2 different documents, and it modified 2 different documents. So if we go ahead and try to find those 2 searches again, well, now they both have the favorite game of Operation. I think that's the name of that game. Any questions about us going ahead and using update? Questions about update mini? Kind of the same idea as update 1, just really saying mini if you want to go ahead and update multiple of them. Sammy.
Yeah, so here when we're doing update, we're adding a new property, but we're not actually changing the specialty.
Yeah, we didn't change the specialty. We went ahead and did it a little bit differently than they were doing in the README. If we wanted to change the specialty, you could change the specialty over here.
Oh, okay.
So if you wanted to change the specialty, what's a good specialty? They're all orthodontists now.
Oh, got it. Okay, so the first section is the find. So we
Yeah.
want to find all of them with the specialty, and then we'll just updating whatever properties. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. And if I want to find them again, now I have to search for the specialty of orthodontist because I changed them up. Okay. And Sharon, you had a question as well?
Yeah, so will this affect the header? Like now that we've included the favorite game, so will it affect the header?
No, so that's a separate file. That file is not being modified. That file is not the database. We loaded the data from that file, but it does not affect that file. We aren't messing with that file. And something to note about Mongo, if you're familiar with other databases, with a lot of other databases, all of your pieces of data need to have like the same fields on them. With Mongo, that's not true. Some of my documents don't have a favorite game, but 2 of them do have a favorite game now. With Mongo, your documents can have whatever fields you want added to them. They don't have to be consistent. So something we're seeing here. Lydia, you had a question as well?
Can you explain the difference in everything we're doing here versus what we did with updating the books? Like, how are they different? It's the same thing, right?
So with the books, we were interacting with an API that was modifying some data behind the scenes. Somebody else wrote that API for us. Right now, you're going to see, okay, how was that API written? The API needed to go ahead and store those books inside of a database and to go ahead and update them. Well, they might have used something like update mini to update a book, or to go ahead and delete a book. They might have used something like delete 1 to delete a book. So back in unit 1, somebody else wrote that back in for you. Right now, you're kind of seeing a little bit behind the scenes of, okay, if I was going to go ahead and write these resources myself, if they were doctors, for instance, or ingredients, for instance, how would I go ahead, delete them or update them if I'm writing the API myself? But we'll see more as the class goes. You'll still have quite a few lessons to dive into these topics.
Cool. Thank you.
I have another question. So how can we see all the headers in the file now that you might find that there are different headers for different collections?
So to find all of the different fields, that sounds kind of difficult if you have different objects in there. Realistically, most of the time, you just want to have the same kind of fields on them. Otherwise, you would need to go ahead and probably search for all of them and just look at them, or try to make a program to go ahead and get that for you. A little bit more work to it.
Okay.
But we'll, inside of our second part of today's lesson, we'll start talking about another tool. Just because you can go ahead and have any field on a document doesn't mean that's typically the best idea. That's typically a very confusing way to operate, but powerful, but very confusing. Hisham.
Since we're changing stuff on the doctor, is there a way to change out the say for favorite game if you wanted to change out that to a different title?
If you want to do that, it'd be similar to how I just went ahead and changed a specialty to a different specialty. The same idea, but
okay.
instead of specialty, go ahead and do favorite game.
Gotcha. We just did that. My bad.
No worries. Okay, let's go ahead and keep chugging along. Let's go ahead and let's do a lab over update. What I'd like y'all to do is update a couple of ingredients units. Very free form on this. Find some ingredients units, change it to something else. Yeah. Feel free to use update 1 or update mini, whichever you would prefer. I'm going to go ahead and open up the breakout rooms. Do go ahead and emoji after y'all have changed 1 or 2 ingredients units. And the rooms have been opened. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Looks like most teams are able to go ahead and finish up. Let's go over this lab together. For this lab, it's going to be pretty similar to our code along. First thing I would suggest doing is going ahead for the collection, in this case, the ingredients collection, going ahead and using find. We're going to find any ingredient whose unit is going to be tablespoons, TBSP. Or whatever you want to update. Found a lot of things that use tablespoons, balsamic vinegar, extra virgin olive oil, so on and so forth. Next thing I would suggest doing is pretty much, not closing out of there. Next thing I would suggest doing is pretty much the same thing, except we don't want find. Instead, we want update many. So we're going to go ahead and replace find with update many. We'll also make sure that we add an object explaining how we want to update each of our ingredient documents. In this case, we'll use $set. So that we'll go ahead and just set some properties. And the way we want to go ahead and set them is we want to go ahead and set the unit to be tablespoons. Something like that. Now, do I have all of my curly braces matching? No, I don't. There we go. If I run that, tells me that it matched 24 different ingredients, modified 24 of them. If I went ahead and searched for anything with the unit of tablespoons, but now yelling tablespoons, I can find them. It's like peanut butters in tablespoons, raspberry jams in tablespoons, so on and so forth. Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break because we have been going for a while. We'll go ahead, come back at 2:12 p.m. Whenever we come back, we'll go over how to insert into collections. So come back at 2:12.
Hey, Ben, I had a quick question. Would you prefer I wait until we get back from break?
What's the question?
So when I was trying to do it by like finding a specific one by the ID and then setting the unit, but I noticed that was not working. So pretty much like whatever you're using to find it, that's what you have to be setting, right?
So did you make sure that whenever you're searching by an ID that you included the object ID, the parentheses around that?
I was able to find it, but then once I here, I'll just show you real quick. So I was able to find it here with the ID, but then when I used that same ID to update and then set the unit here, nothing was happening. But then once I changed what I was finding it by to the same thing that I was changing, then it worked.
No, you said nothing was happening. I wonder if that's just something going on inside of your terminal right now.
Yeah. So you should be able to select something here and then set something else here, correct?
Yeah.
That's how I was understanding it, which is why I thought it was odd that it was not working. All right, I'll try messing with it some more and see if I can figure it out I'll try using something other than the ID that is kind of complicated. So maybe I was screwing something up. I don't
Yeah, I'm
know
not
what
sure off the
what it
top
would
of
have
my
been,
head.
but okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that correctly or not. So
Yeah.
Deepa, that
Yeah,
actually should have worked. But yeah, I don't
That's
know.
I was saying. So maybe when we come back from the break,
Yeah.
I want to also know this because I tried it. It did not work for me.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, I'm gonna mess with this some more. Thank you,
Okay.
Ben, if you're still around.
Thanks, Chad, for asking this.
Of course.
Okay, it's 2:12. Let's go ahead and come back together, y'all. Okay, so we've got one last topic for this lesson. Seen how to go ahead and read documents, seen how to go ahead and delete documents, seen how to update documents. Last thing we need to learn about is how can we go ahead and create documents on our own? If we didn't want to use that Mongo import tool, what would we do? Now, like usual, got a handful of different links for y'all. We have the general link for inserting documents. We also have our methods we're going to be using inside of class. So insert one to insert a single document. Insert many will insert many documents all at once. And there's that kind of other function that we'll talk about here, but we shouldn't use anymore. This time it's going to be called insert. So insert originally could insert a single document or many documents. They broke out that functionality into these specific methods, and insert itself shouldn't really be used anymore. Shouldn't use insert one or insert many instead. Now let's go ahead and start this off. We're going to do this one a little bit differently. For this one, we're actually going to write all of our code inside of a JavaScript file from the get-go. We've been kind of copying and pasting our code over into those files. For this one, we're going to write our code straight into a JavaScript file. After we've written our code there, from our Mongo shell, we're going to use the load command to load in our JavaScript file. So we're going to write our insert code inside of a file, then we'll run it with this load command. Let's go ahead and start off with our doctors. I'd like everybody to go ahead and in VS Code, let's all go ahead and open up, where is it? The insert, and inside of the insert folder, I want you to open up the doctors.js file. So everybody go ahead and open up scripts, insert doctors.js. We'll go ahead and work in here. Now, telling us that we're going to add a few doctors, but it's wanting us to go ahead and use the insert many method. So let's go ahead and pull up the documentation for insert many, see how we can use it. If we go to the insert many documentation and open it up in a new tab, you can see how it's supposed to be used. Looks like we can go ahead and say db.collection. So whatever our collection's name is, maybe it's people, maybe it's doctors, .insert many. And then we can pass it an array of documents. Looks like there's also this options object over here with something like a write concern or ordered. It looks like the important thing is going ahead and passing it in this array of documents. I mentioned down here that that parameter is in fact an array of documents. Let's see if they have a better example with some actual documents. So if we keep scrolling through the docs, yeah, that's a good example. They've got some stuff around here that we're not going to worry about right now. But inside of their actual insert example, they go ahead and just pass in this array. And for each of the documents, they go ahead and give it just the data that they want to add. So they want to have an item property or an item field with value of card and the quantity of 15. Do you notice that whenever we're going ahead and creating these documents, we're not giving it an ID. We aren't specifying, hey, I want the ID to be, well, y'all have seen how terrifying the IDs are. We aren't specifying that we want the ID to be 617D89667, whatever. Like, we aren't specifying that. We're just giving it, okay, we want these fields on it. Mongo itself is in charge of creating the ID, not us. So we don't need to include it. Now let's go ahead and try to follow this example to add some doctors to our database. Inside of our file, we'll go ahead and say db.doctors.insert mini, opening parentheses, and we can start an array. Give you all a little bit of time to get that down before I continue. Now for our doctors, let's go ahead and look at their properties. If we go ahead and say db.doctors.findOne, I think it's given name, family name, and specialty, but always good to go ahead, double check. So given name, family name, and specialty. Let's go ahead and make sure to add a doctor. Go ahead and give them a given name. Let's go with John. Family name, Zoidberg. Specialty, general medicine. And as they're mentioning up here, we can go ahead and give multiple documents at once. So if we want to insert another document, if we want to go ahead and insert another doctor, we could. After our first doctor here, I'm going to go ahead and add a comma. And let's go ahead and just copy our original doctor because they're going to have the same properties or the same fields. But they'll just have different values. I'm going to change this other one to be Nick. And I don't have the last name for him, so we'll go with Smith. Specialty, dermatology. It's like I don't know how to spell dermatology.
There should be an A.
There should be an A.
Derma.
Where? Derma. Oh. Huh. Well, now you know. Okay. I think that should work. Let's go ahead and try it out. To go ahead and try it out, our README said that we could go ahead and use this load command. So make sure you're inside of the Mongo shell. Make sure that you see this caret over here. Then we'll say load in the path to the file. So this is inside of scripts /insert /doctors.js. If I run it, tells me true, which I guess it means something. We can make sure that this actually worked by going ahead and doing something like db.doctors.find. And let me go ahead and do a find one. And I'll search by the family name of Zoidberg. And I was able to find the doctor inserted. So feel free to search for any of the family names or given names of the doctors you inserted to make sure they're there. And that's how insert mini is going to work. Any questions about insert mini? Let me check the question thread. And Ipe, you had a question?
Can you just put that the load thingy in the code channel, please?
So this is already in the lesson. If you go over to the lesson itself and just check the last section over here, you can just copy it, change out people with doctors.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Whale?
Yeah, is it the same process if we're just doing one and many?
Well, you could make it the same process. I would suggest doing something different. There is technically this insert one method.
Okay.
And for your lab, we would like you to go ahead and, it says using insert. I'd like y'all to use insert one here. Let me actually just modify that real fast. I'm gonna hit the edit button, change that up. The
only reason why I
2
asked
seconds.
is because in that load scripts, we're just saying insert. We're not doing insert many in there. That's why.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna change that to be insert one. You could technically just use a single document here and use insert many. Like you could use an array with a single document, but for your next lab, I'd like you all to go ahead and research the insert one, but could technically be done with this.
Thank you.
So for your lab, there's another question. Sammy?
Yeah, so what load does is that it actually inserted into the database, or is it actually when we do db.doctors at insert many?
Load ran this file. Load ran this insert many call. And since we had insert many in here, it inserted 2 doctors. I could have ran load with any of these other files I've written today, like delete many or delete one. Load's just going to run one of the files.
Oh, okay. So load just shows it on the terminal. That's just what it does.
Load just goes ahead and says, okay, whatever you put in here, I'm going to run. So if I wanted to go ahead and add John Zoidberg again, I could load it again. If I wanted to keep adding it every single time I load it, it's going to run this file once. So load is a weird word, but it kind of means run this file. Like they call it load, but it's like run this file.
Because I'm just trying to understand. So we have to load so that it is actually inserted into the database. So it's not just.
Otherwise, we've just written code inside of a file. We need to use load to run it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. And Lydia asked, so if you load it 3 times, you will have that collection 3 times? Yes. If I loaded this 2 more times, and if I went ahead and did a find instead of find 1, I can now see, at least wait, did I not get an extra 2 loaded? Really? Wait, did it ignore the second loads or no? Did I just not load? Oh, I didn't go up high enough. Misread. Let me load it twice. I just misread it. So load it 2 more times, then search for Zoidberg. Now we have 3 Zoidbergs. So each time you run it, runs that file once. Deepa, you had another question?
Yeah. Before we run the load, do we need to do anything else?
No, just write the code inside of the file, then run load. It's similar to whenever you want to run a node script, how you go ahead and write your JavaScript inside of a file, and then you say node and then the path to that file. Same kind of idea, but with Mongo instead of JavaScript. Okay.
I posted an error. I'm not getting it.
Well, can go ahead and follow up on the error in the thread, but let's go ahead and go into our next lab. So for the lab, let's go ahead and look it over. For the lab, I want y'all to go ahead and insert a few ingredients into the ingredients collection. Go ahead and use the method insert one, so you can look over the insert one method from the documentation above. That's what we're going to be working on. It's just adding a couple of ingredients to the ingredients collection. Going to go ahead and open up the breakout rooms for y'all. Feel free to go ahead and get to it. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Gonna go over the lab now. There we go. So for the lab, I asked y'all to go ahead and insert a couple of ingredients using insert one. We learned about insert mini first. So if you were going to go ahead and do the lab with insert mini, it might look like lines 2 through 11 over here, where we go ahead and call insert mini, give it an array, pass it a couple of different ingredient objects, making sure to include their information on it. So each of them will need a name field and a unit field. And I have barbecue sauce and red pepper flakes over here. That's how we would have done it with the insert mini. If you dug into the docs for insert one, we can see that for insert one, it's like insert mini, except instead of passing it an array, we're just going to pass it a single document. So if I wanted to go ahead and create these two ingredients with insert one, I'd have to call insert one twice and pass it in each document, my barbecue sauce and my red pepper flakes. I'm going to go ahead and comment out the insert mini up top and just use the insert one since that was the lab. Let me go ahead and try running it. If I say load, and this is going to be script insert ingredients. Ingredients. And let's go ahead and try to find them. I'm going to say db.ingredients.find. And let's go ahead and look for one that has the name. And let's just go ahead and find one that includes barbecue. And I am able to find my barbecue sauce. If I did the same thing for red pepper, should find that as well. And I do find the one I inserted right here. Any last questions about the lab? Any last questions about using insert one? Oh, wait.
So since we're using, in some cases when we're doing like the find menu or whatever, and we're using regex, can we use other regex patterns to?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes. That is going to be out of the scope of anything we're going to be talking about. Not to say, I think with a lot of people, like I think most programmers, like once you like learn regex, it's wonderful and you love it. But my goodness, you sleep on it for one night and then it like disappears.
Forget
it's
it.
like,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's the truth.
Okay. Well, if there aren't other questions, then we are going to go ahead and wrap up our lesson there. Or our first lesson for today there. I do have some bonus diagrams down here talking about relationships, but I'm going to go ahead, punt that until Sean's lesson on Tuesday, where Sean will go into relationships then. Let's go over our objectives for this lesson, see where we were, kind of the purpose of this lesson again. Our objectives for it were we wanted to interact with MongoDB database and collections using the MongoDB shell. We saw that we could do that by saying Mongo space, then the name of the database we wanted to get into. We got to see that we could interact with it using like find or count or delete one or update one or insert one, lots of different methods. We also looked at how we could create, read, update, and delete documents in MongoDB using the MongoDB shell. So we got to see all of our CRUD actions, got to see, okay, how we could create, read, update, and destroy ingredients, doctors, and people. So went through a lot. A little bit early for a break, but I actually think this is a pretty good time. We've only been going for like 40 minutes this time, but let's take a 10-minute break. We'll keep going at 3. And whenever you come back at 3, we're going to start up a new lesson. So we're going to start learning about something called mongoose. Come back at 3 and we will learn about mongoose. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. Let's go ahead and come back together, everyone. Gone ahead and slacked out your next lesson. It is over inside of the forum channel. If y'all wouldn't mind going ahead, checking out your training branch, running npm install, all those good steps. Then we'll go ahead and get started in a minute or two once y'all have had time to finish that up. We have another minute or so for folks to finish up forking and cloning. Do realize this npm installs can take a little while. Lots of stuff to download. Okay, let's go ahead and jump into things. So we just finished learning a little bit about MongoDB. A little bit of a refresher. MongoDB was a flexible database. Any of the documents we added could have any structure they wanted. We got to see that some of our doctors inside the previous lesson, we updated them to have like a favorite game field. So we got to see that some doctors had a favorite game, just 2 of them. And then it was the game of the operation. The rest of them didn't. So MongoDB, very flexible. Documents could have any structure they wanted. No fields were really required. Now, the tool we're going to be learning about inside of this lesson is called Mongoose. Really cool, powerful tool that you're going to see used all of the time whenever people are working with MongoDB inside of JavaScript. What Mongoose is going to go ahead and do is it's going to allow us to make sure that we have a consistent structure for our data. It's going to make sure that all of the documents we create all have the same properties or fields on them. And a lot of that is going to be useful because it gets hard to reason about your program if you can't have consistent data. If you aren't sure that, okay, if you aren't sure that, maybe you've got a person document and you're not sure how to access their name. Should you access their name by going ahead and going to like the given name property? Should you access it going to the name property? Should you access it going to the first name property? Well, if you don't have some kind of tool like Mongoose making sure that all of your documents are consistent, yeah, it can become kind of hard. So Mongoose, going to make sure that all the documents we create have the same structure. We don't have to worry about, okay, which of these different ways have we defined our name? We can make sure that's always defined the same way across all of our documents. Just make sure it works well. Another thing that Mongoose is going to go ahead and do is it's also going to allow us to do some validation. So by validation, I mean it's going to allow us to make sure that our documents are created and follow some rules. So some things that you might think of as rules might be like, okay, if I was creating a password field, maybe I want to make sure that that's at least 8 characters long. So that could be a validation. It has to be at least 8 characters long. Or maybe if I was going ahead and creating an age variable for a site, okay, well, maybe it has to be over like 13 or something like that for whatever legal thing you're working on. So you could go ahead and use validations to say, okay, not only should I have specific properties on my documents, but I also know something about these properties. They have to be over a certain length or whatnot. Deepa, you had a question?
You said structured, but then MongoDB is not really structured, right? Like
Mongo isn't. Mongoose is.
Mongoose is. Then why do we insert? Then why do we use MongoDB? You could use SQL, right? Instead of it's more structured. And
so MongoDB allows the flexibility if you ever need it. So if you ever needed to be able to handle data inside of really weird formats, which does come up rarely, you could go ahead and handle it. That said, most folks go ahead and use Mongoose to make sure it's easier to reason about the data. Being able to go ahead and just collect objects inside of any format, like it can come up every so often, but it's not a very common use case.
So in that case, do we have to use MongoDB and Mongoose together to go with, or just one, if we need only the flexibility part of things, we can just go with MongoDB? Because I'm trying to relate to, if we have to scale, I understand that you can use MongoDB, but if you know what kind of set of schema that you are going to have, you would probably go with a more structured database, right?
Yeah, I would probably, so you could go ahead and keep using MongoDB just like we were using previously, like we were writing inside of this JavaScript files, perfectly fine. But often you'll end up using Mongoose for like larger projects because typically you'll want that structure. For most projects, you'll end up, wanting it to be structured or have it inside the same format.
I still don't see the difference between NoSQL and SQL here because
we haven't talked about SQL whatsoever. SQL's being talked about inside of Unit 4. So if you don't see us talking about SQL, that's because we haven't been talking about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to relate to both, but I think I'll get there.
We'll talk about SQL in Unit 4. So if we're getting a little ahead of ourselves if we are trying to jump into that.
Okay.
Sharon, you had a question as well?
Yeah, so when you talked about Mongoose, you said that you're able to set like parameters. So can you use that in passwords as well? Like, yeah.
Yeah, so I was talking about how we could go ahead and use validation to say, hey, if I have a password field, I want it to be at least 8 characters long. Those validations, those validators, those can be used on any kind of part of your data. So a password would be an example where that makes a lot of sense to be like, hey, at least give me some characters to your password. You might have noticed the tic-tac-toe API was pretty chill about that and allow you able to go ahead and give it like a single character password, but on your actual applications, probably nice to maybe knock that up a little bit higher.
Okay, thanks.
And we'll see examples of that as it comes up. Now, I did just talk a little bit about the benefits of Mongoose, why we want to use it over Mongo. Let's talk about our objectives for today's lesson as well. Our objectives for today's lesson, so we'll go ahead and access and manipulate a MongoDB database from a JavaScript program by using Mongoose. So we're going to be working with our MongoDB database, but this time using Mongoose instead of Mongo. Mentions over here, we'll also go ahead and combine multiple different Mongoose operations by using JavaScript promises. So we're going to go ahead and use Mongoose for multiple different things, get some more practice with our promises today. And we're also going to validate data for storage in MongoDB by setting up Mongoose validations. So we'll go ahead and say that, okay, if you want to create, this specific object, you have to go ahead and give me these specific fields. We can see some validation. First section here is talking about how Mongoose is an ODM. Now, you might be wondering, what is an ODM? Well, it tells us. Mongoose is an object document mapper. What that means is Mongoose's job is to go ahead and map between the documents inside of MongoDB and just a normal object for you to use. You can go ahead and convert between those two. So it can go ahead, get the document out of your database, turn it into an object for you to use. Fancy little tool for us to use. Now, a couple of different core elements that we're going to see inside of Mongoose are listed for us below. Some of these we've gotten a little bit of exposure to. The core elements of Mongoose are going to be documents. And whenever we think about documents, these are going to be the same idea as our MongoDB lesson from before. They're just going to be objects that will get stored inside of MongoDB. Another thing that we're going to see is inside of Mongoose, there are going to be things called models. And models are going to be constructor functions that can create new documents. So we're going to end up using these models to create documents for us inside of this lesson. Instead of using insert one to create a document, we'll end up using one of these models to create a document. The other main part of Mongoose that we're going to end up seeing, besides documents and models, is going to be schemas. Schemas are going to specify the properties the models give to their respective documents. So they're specifying, okay, what is the format of these documents? What properties do they have on them? What validators do they have? And they have an example down here. Let's go ahead and pull up the example. And for this example, let me actually go ahead and just pull this open over in VS Code, just in case if we want to add any comments to it, we can. So let me check which example this is. This is the person schema example. Okay, so let's go through it and talk about this different parts. Let's go ahead and start going top to bottom, and we'll talk about these three different parts as they come up. The first thing we're going to notice inside of pretty much all of our Mongoose applications, not pretty much, has to be inside of all of our Mongoose applications, is that we're going to go ahead and require Mongoose at the top. Require the Mongoose library so we can interact with our MongoDB database. After we see that, the next thing we come across is going to be our schema, which is our reminder. It's going to specify the format of our documents. What properties should they have on them? It goes ahead and says const person schema. So it's going to be a schema for creating people. And we go ahead and create the schema using the new keyword and the mongoose.schema constructor. So we are seeing an example of a constructor being used out here in the wild. Now, whenever we create a schema, we need to pass it an object defining, okay, what's the structure of our of any of the people we create going to be. In this case, we want each person that gets created to have a first name property and a last name property. And we want the type of both of them to be string. Each person that is created, or let me rephrase that, each person document that is created should have a first name and last name, which are strings. So that's our example of our first schema, defining, okay, what's the format going to be? After our first schema, we get to see us create our first model. Down here, we go ahead and say const person equals mongoose.model. And then whenever we call the mongoose.model method, we have to pass it two things. One is going to be the name of the model. The name of the model should be singular and it should be capitalized. The other thing we need to pass it is going to be the schema. So we're creating this model, but what's the structure of any documents created by the model going to be? So we need to pass it the schema that we just created so it knows, okay, any of the people from this model Well, they'll all have a first name on them. They'll all have a last name on them. Now, one thing to mention from over here, inside of the README, is it said that all of these models are going to be constructor functions. So we're going to be using them just like the constructors we learned about back over in Unit 1, like our run constructor or user constructor. Because these are going to be used as constructor functions, we're actually going ahead and capitalizing them and making sure they're singular, just like the user constructor or the run constructor we saw back in Unit 1. So that's why they're capitalized and singular. Same kind of idea for the person over here. Now they actually have some examples of going ahead and creating some people. To go ahead and create some people, there are two ways we could do it. This is the first way we're going to see is kind of the more conventional and the shorter way to do it. You could say const person. Person would be the document you're creating. Equals person.create. By using the person constructor and calling .create on it, we can then pass it a document to create. In this case, they kind of go ahead and just say you don't have to worry about what's in here. But just to kind of give y'all an idea of what's inside of there, it would just be like first name, Weston, last name, Bailey, something like that. Just make sure that you give the two fields at once. Another way that we could go ahead and create people would be using this more like a constructor. The way we typically use constructors is by saying something like const person equals new person. And after we said new, we pass the constructor, okay, the properties at once. Same kind of idea down here. We could just go ahead and pass it the first name and last name. If you go with this constructor approach, though, you do actually have to go ahead and call person.save on it as well. Otherwise, it won't be saved to your database. So we'll end up using the person.create way inside of class most of the time, just so we don't have to say .save as well. Now I'm going to hand wave at lines 21 through 24 for now, but over what we just covered, do we have any questions? Anything I can help clear up? Deepa.
Oh, Vale was before me. I can't hear you well.
I think he's okay
Okay.
with you first.
You can go first. It doesn't matter.
I was just wondering, so if you're what we did so far, like inserting and creating new document to each collection, we're doing the same thing inside of Mongoose. Is that right?
So right now we looked at how we could go ahead and create a single person inside of inside of Mongoose. So that's what we're doing down on these lines. And to do that, we need to first go ahead and set up the structure. What should our person look like? They need a first name, a last name. Both of those are strings. And we have to create our person model first. But after that, we create the person down here.
So we are basically creating the header line, and then I'm trying to relate to it.
It is kind of like the header line, yeah. We'll add more stuff here in a bit. We'll add more validation. We won't just be like, this has to be a string. We'll add more stuff here, but kind of like the header line. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Just specifying what fields we're going to have. Whale, you have a question as well?
Yeah, it's you said the difference between when you're using it as a constructor with a new keyword, we have to do the .save. The .create has that inside that method, like kind of shorts. Okay.
The .create, you can kind of think of it as just those two lines, more or less. Like maybe it's doing one or two other things, but like it's mostly just doing those two lines.
Thank you.
Okay. I think, while we're here, let's also go ahead and talk about one other thing we're going to see down below. So at this point, oh, actually, Sammy, you got a question. What's up?
Yeah, no, just to understand the general idea, so behind what we're studying now. So if I take the example of a tic-tac-toe, for example, so when we sign in, we create a post request, and that's the equivalent on the front, on the back end that we're doing now. Or...
Let's not think about any of the, let's not think about too much of the API calls or anything like that, because if you've noticed, we haven't written anything to do with backend. Right now, we're just working with scripts, just working with files. We aren't doing anything web related. So,
okay, because I'm just trying to understand the use case of what we're doing. Like as a developer, we would like...
You'll use this to create people documents in the future. So if you're thinking about from unit 1, how we were creating those book documents, we used Mongoose to create those book documents back in unit 1. So we'll end up using this to go ahead and create our documents, store them. We're going to end up using Mongoose instead of Mongo.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You could technically do most of what we're doing with the Mongo y'all have learned from the first lesson, but be one much harder. Two, the validation would just be much more annoying.
Got it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, we've seen how we could go ahead and define our schema. We went ahead and defined 2 different pieces of data on here. There are a lot of terms for these, as you've heard already. We could go ahead and call like these properties because, you know, they're properties on an object. We could also call these fields because inside of MongoDB, we call them fields. You'll also hear these referred to as schema type options. So if I ever say that, that's what I'm referring to as well. But we've already added 2 of these fields, 2 of these schema type options, first name and last name. Now, we're going to go ahead and add another schema type option, but we're not going to add it up here. Instead, we're going to add a virtual one. These are called virtual attributes. To go ahead and add a virtual attribute, we'll say the name of our schema. So I'll say person schema. Then I'll say dot virtual and the name of the attribute I want to add. So not only do I want a first name and a last name, but I'd also like to add a full name. And then I'm going to add a .get method afterwards and pass in this function. The purpose of this function is, well, its job is to return what a full name property would evaluate to. For example, if I said person.fullname, if I went ahead and typed that out, the virtual above, like whatever is returned from it, is going to be what this evaluates to. So let me add a note. This evaluates to whatever is returned by the function above. In this case, what it's returning is the document's first name. So this refers to the document, plus a space, plus the document's last name. So if we were using our example earlier, where first name was Weston, last name was Bailey, this would go ahead and evaluate out to Weston space Bailey. So these virtual attributes are a way that we can go ahead, add another property to our documents, but they're more of for derived properties, properties based off of other properties. So like the full name, we don't have to go ahead and store the full name separately. The full name is just the first name plus the last name, so it can be derived. It's nice to go ahead and when you don't have to store duplicate data, it's nice to go ahead and do something like this. It's also nice because in the future, if you had to update the first name of somebody or the last name, well, you only need to go ahead and update the first name and last name properties. You won't have to update a full name property as well because it's derived. It's based off of the first name and last name. Any questions about virtuals while we're here? Won't see it used all that often, but can be nice for like deriving a full name. Can also be nice if like maybe you're storing different parts of an address, like maybe you have like the city, maybe you have like the state, maybe you have like the street address, and you want to go ahead and make it virtual for like the full address based off all those little bits. You could do something like that. Could be nice. Okay. There aren't other questions about it. Let's go ahead and pop back over to our README. We'll go on to our next section. Kat, do you have a question?
Yeah, I was curious if the virtual attribute applies to all methods on that, or just ones that involve information from, well, I guess all the methods would be pertaining to that. Never mind, I think I just answered my own question.
The thing I would mention is anytime you say person.fullname, it's just going to call this function, and whatever is returned is what that's going to evaluate to. That's how I think about them. Lydia. You might be muted.
Not anymore. You answered it. Thank you.
Okay. Then let's go on to our next example. Next thing we're going to start talking about is going to be setters. And they do have an example for us. Looks like there's a schema example with setters. So let's pull that up. This one is called sum schema -example. And we'll go through it together. Now inside of this file, it has a couple of different things going on. How do we want to talk about this? I think the way we're going to start this off is, let's talk about kind of the easiest part first. Let's talk about the schema we're creating down here. They're creating a schema called sum schema, kind of like our person schema from before. They're doing that by saying new mongoose.schema, just like we saw with the person schema. And then they're going to go ahead and define a few different properties on it, a few different fields, a few different schema types, with schema type options. This last one down here is going to go ahead and add a location to it. Now, for the location, they don't want to go ahead and just say location : string like we saw earlier. They could go ahead and do that, but they want to go ahead and actually have some more information. Make it do a little bit more. If you want to, instead of going ahead and just specifying a type, you can actually go ahead and specify a whole object over here and then give it all these different schema type options. So the location schema type has a type schema type option. So we're going to say the type is going to be a string. It's also got a default over here. And the default they're using is going to be Boston. The default schema type option is the default value to use if a user did not provide a location. If someone tried to create one of these documents, but they didn't provide a location, they would go ahead and default to Boston. So that's our first schema type option we're seeing down here. Nice way to give a default. Now, another thing we're seeing in here is going to be a setter itself. We see setters on the first name and the last name. Let's go ahead and look at both of them. For the first name and last name, instead of just saying that they're going to be strings like we saw earlier, instead of just doing a first name : string or whatnot, they're going ahead and using an object. And they're going to go ahead and pass it a couple of schema type options. First one, the type is going to be string. The second schema type option is going to be set. Now, what this is going to do is whatever function is on the other side of set will be called anytime you try to set the first name. the function passed, or let me rephrase this. The capitalize function passed to the set schema type option will be called whenever we try to set the first name. Let me add a note here as well. Whatever capitalize returns will be the new first name. Example, if our first name was Ben lowercase, capitalize would return Ben capitalized, which would be stored in the database. So these setter functions allow us to go ahead and run a function anytime you try to set a value. Now, why that's useful over here for the first name and last name is that anytime somebody tries to set a first name or last name, we can make sure they're always capitalized. You know, good way to go ahead and keep your first names and last names. If we look at the capitalize function, it's got a lot going on the inside of it. Not the most important thing for us to really dig into right now. The most important thing to kind of note down here is at the very end, they grab the first letter. So char at 0, they grab the first letter and uppercase it. And then they grab the rest of the string. So let me add a note here. Return the string capitalized, the first letter, which is just all of this. First letter capitalized, that is. Plus the rest of the string. Not really important for us to look into that logic too much. The more important thing is, as understanding, it's going to return the string capitalized. So the setter will call it and make sure that anytime we try to set the first name, it will be capitalized. What questions do we have about setters so far? Super useful if you want to make sure your data is like really consistent. Maybe you have a specific field you want to make sure it's always uppercase or lowercase. It can be nice to use. Deepa?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. And it's going to be setters for us. Sharon, you had a question as well?
Just wanted to, could you like send the code to the code channel just so that we can write down the notes? Yeah.
So right now I've only added a couple of comments to it. I can Slack it out later, but for now it's just comments. These are all over inside of your lib folder if you need it.
Okay.
We'll make sure to Slack them out whenever we go on our next break though. But just comments for now. Deepa, you had another question?
Yeah, for the location, I was just thinking, could we, instead of having type, if we want to also have a zip as well with number, could
If you want a zip, you're going to need to create another property called zip code. Each of these are their own piece of data, so it isn't something we nest inside of it. It'd be its own piece.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's pop back over here. Next thing we're going to talk about are going to be more validators, which are pretty nice. Now, the validators are going to be what allows us to restrict our data. We've already actually seen a couple of validators. A couple of things that y'all would consider validators would be like this type validator. It's making sure that the first name's always going to be a string. You can't give it some number. You need to make sure it's a string. Any other validators? Let's look at the person example. No, that's using strings all the way through. Yeah, those would be the only validators so far. Now they have a couple of other validators down here that we'll get to see. Looks like they have another example for us, so let's pull that up too. This is going to be the sum schema validator example. So if you're following along, over in the lib folder, it's the sum schema validator example. Now let's just go through this example to start off with. For this example, start off by going ahead and requiring Mongoose like we have in the past. Then we start going ahead and creating our schema. So define the format of our documents. Say new mongoose.schema like we did earlier. And for it, we're going to go ahead and require two different fields, two different schema types. We're going to require a name schema type and a height schema type. Two different things that all of our documents need to have. For our height, we're going to go ahead and just say that it needs to be a number. So height colon number locks it down to being a number. For the name, though, we're going to go ahead and use an object and give it two schema type options. The options we're using are going to be type. So we're going to say the name is going to be a string. And we also want to go ahead and add a required to it. What this means is this field must be required to create the document. If you tried to create one of these documents and didn't include the name, it would go ahead and fail, give you an error message. So required is probably the most common validator y'all will end up using because it is really just the most useful one. Just be like, okay, I want to make sure all of these have the same data on it. Well, you can use required to make sure it's always filled in, or you can use a default to make sure it gets filled in if you don't have a good, if you didn't require it. Okay. Now, they do mention down here that there are a lot of other validators. Let's see if, this example down here, no, that's the one, actually, let's see about this other example down here. So that looks like we have one more schema example with some more validators on it. Oh, that's a fancy one. Actually, before we get into this one, let's talk about the other file just a little bit more. A couple of other things I'd like to talk about. Now, we saw the required validator. We've also seen the type validator. Those are going to be available on any schema type, any field. Now, depending on the type of your field, there can also be some other validators that are around. For example, if you're using a number or a date, you can go ahead and use max or min validators. So for example, I could take this height over here and one second, it's just lagging. And I could go ahead and tweak it a little bit. I could go ahead and say the type should be number. And since it's a number, I could go ahead and give it a max or a min. For height, maybe a good min would be like 1 inch. I don't think you can be shorter than 1 inch. Max might be a good time to check a Guinness Book of World Records or whatnot. Let's go ahead and just put 120. Maybe somebody's been taller than 10 feet, but yeah, don't really know off the top of my head. Okay, looks good. Let me add a comment here as well. For numbers or dates, we can set a max/min value. Now for strings, they also mentioned that you can do some cool things. For strings, they mentioned that you can go ahead and give it like a max length or min length. I don't really know why they went ahead and renamed the max length and min length instead of just using max or min like you did with numbers or dates, but They do have a different name, so something you kind of pay attention to. You also go ahead and have some things like enum or match. Enum is actually really cool, so let's see if we can't find an example of that. If I pull up our docs. Enum, ooh. Come on, where's an example of enum? Oh, that's not showing what I thought it would. 1 second, let me see. Okay, there we go. I have an example of an enum over here. Let's say you're going ahead and creating a breakfast schema. Let's say that for your breakfast, you have some different fields on it like eggs, bacon, drink. You could go ahead and add this enum field, and it's really cool. It'll allow you to go ahead and specify an array of values that could be used. So if you want to say that for the drink, it could be either coffee or tea, but it couldn't be any other drink. You can use an enum. So pretty cool technique out there. The other one they're mentioning is match, and match is going to be pretty much the same thing we're going to see in this other file. This other file over here, they want to go ahead and add this validate validate schema type option might be another way to phrase that. What the validate schema type option does is instead of saying that, okay, you can go ahead and use some predefined rules like we've been doing, like saying, okay, you can have a max or a min or saying that it has to be a specific value. Validate lets us go ahead and create our own logic. For it, we'll go ahead and give it this validator function. And then the validator function says, okay, well, what are we going to require? We're going to go ahead and require that the number's even. We're going to return that the number modulo 2 equals 0. We'll also go ahead and give it a message if they failed this validator. If they go ahead and try to create a document and give it the give it some even value of an odd number, they give it 3 or 5, it's going to fail. So you can do that with validate. Not going to dig into the docs for it now for match, but match would do a very similar thing for strings. Okay, so those are going to be our validators. We'll get a lot more experience with them as we're building out applications. That said, I think we're about ready to go ahead and start working on our first file together. Yeah, let's go ahead and start. We're going to go ahead and start off by working on our model and schema. So let's go ahead and do that. Right now we have a models folder, and inside of it, we have a file called person.js. I'd like y'all to all go ahead and open up your person.js file inside of the models folder. We'll get started on it. Give all a little bit of time to open up this model/person.js file. Now, there are quite a few things we're going to want to do in here. Might be nice to go ahead and pull up some documentation while we're working on it. Let me go ahead and scroll up and get our documentation. First thing we're really going to start working on is going to be like the schema, because we need to define, okay, what should our data look like? So let's get an example of a schema over here for us. The first thing we're going to want to go ahead and do is going to be to require mongoose. We'll say const mongoose equals require mongoose. We see that the docs are using a different format that we'll learn about inside of unit 3. but we'll go ahead, use const mongoose equals require mongoose. The next thing they go ahead and do is, they've actually been updating their docs since the last time I taught this lesson and sprinkling things that we don't typically teach all till unit 3. The next thing they do is they go ahead and take the schema property off of mongoose just to make it easier to use. We'll learn about this syntax in unit 3, but for now, we'll go ahead and do it our natural way of saying const schema equals mongoose.schema. I'll add a comment here of extract the schema constructor to make it easier to create schemas. That's the reason they're doing it over in the docs, just make it easier to create them. We will learn about that scheme. We will learn about the syntax over in unit 3 though. Next thing we're going to want to do is to go ahead and create our schema for our people that we'll be making. They go ahead and say const blog schema equals new schema. We could do something similar. Const person schema equals new capital S schema. And then they pass it an object. Add a comment for this. Create our person schema, which defines which properties will be on our person documents. Now at this point, if we're wanting to create some people, could probably just start adding whatever properties we wanted to. Let's see if our lesson wants us to do anything in particular though. Looks like up here, at the end of the day, it wants us to be able to create somebody and pass in a first name, a last name, when they were born, and then 2 numbers down here. This actually looks really similar to the people we were working with back in the Mongo lesson. They all had a first name, last name, born on, height, and weight. So we'll go ahead and make this the same way. Let's go ahead and start with the first name. And at the simplest, we could go ahead and type something like string if we wanted to. And that'd be like the most simple version. But let's actually go ahead and get some more reps in using our validators. We'll go ahead and say first name, colon. It'll be an object with the type of string. But we'll also go ahead and say required colon true. Make sure that if you create a person, you have to have a first name. Be pretty weird to be looking over our people. And if we found a person that didn't have a first name, yeah, maybe that makes sense in a few applications, but for most applications, probably want both names. I may add a comment down here. Make sure the first name is included whenever creating a person. And we're going to want a couple of other pieces of data. Let's go ahead and also add a last name. And it can be set up exactly the same way. Type colon string, required colon true. You be very careful with your syntax. It can be pretty easy to like trip up the different curly braces or the commas. So just be very careful with the syntax. Now we also want to go ahead and add the date of birth. See it right up here. We could do that exactly the same way using the type of string again, but there's actually a better thing out there. Let's go ahead and say DOB for date of birth. Could have used born on as well, either way. But DOB kind of makes a little bit more sense just because it's only the date itself. It's not the time. We'll go ahead and say type colon. And we could do the string here, but instead, let's go ahead and say date. We know it should be a date, so just let it be a JavaScript date. And we'll still set required to true and separate those with a comma. The type is a JavaScript date. Two other things we want to add, the height and the weight. Go ahead and say height, then use an object. So the type is going to be a number. We can make it required, so required colon true. And we could stop there, or we could go ahead and do what we did earlier and add that minimum to it. Let's add a minimum of 1. Minimum or 0 or 1 definitely makes sense. A little conflicted myself. Like, do you want to let the minimum be 0? But they're whole numbers. We're also going to do the same kind of thing for height. So I'm just going to copy and paste it. Rename the second one. Sorry, we're going to do the same thing for weight. So I'm going to copy and paste height and then update the second one to be weight. If you wanted to add max values there as well, feel free to. That said, max values are a little bit more awkward with height and weight because who knows what that is unless you consult the Guinness Book of World Records. Also, maybe not all that useful. Okay. It's going to be our schema for now. Now, let's go back over to our docs and see what else we want. For our docs, well, that's all they do for the schema. They later go ahead and create a model with it, which I think would be a good idea for us to do too. Let's go ahead and say const person equals new. Actually, sorry, not new. It's going to be mongoose.model as we're seeing over in the example. So const person equals mongoose.model. Instead of single quotes, we'll say person, comma, person schema. Make a note down here. Create a person model. Which will be used to interact with the database later. Make sure the name is singular and capitalized. As per convention. Oh, wait, you had a question?
So I'm a little bit confused with this part. I'm not gonna lie. Everything else makes sense because you're kind of setting up your constructor and how you want to pass your data and what's required, what's not. But for this part right here, so this right, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what the hell's going on with these two parameters too. I thought, I'm not gonna lie.
So if we remember back to earlier, let's go look at one of our previous examples. And if you're feeling confused so far, remember, we haven't run any code yet. You're probably at an all right spot if you feel confused and we haven't run code yet. Half joking, but half, I do think it'll start clicking more once we get over there. What we're setting up right now is before we can actually create documents like we saw earlier in this file, we had to set up that model. And the reason we needed to set up the model was because it was going to be our constructor. It was what allowed us to create new documents. So that's what we're setting up right now. It will allow us to later go ahead and say person.create and create a new person, be able to get them back. We could also use this other format. But that's kind of what we're working towards right now. We're getting set up, we're getting this model set up so we can interact with our database. And the way we're going to first interact with it is to create a new person.
Thank you.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. My bad.
Okay. So we are looking a little bit of ahead. You know, we're creating this model, can't use it yet, but this is the way we're working at. Now, this is about where we're going to end this file. We'll pick up using this model inside a different file. But for this file, let's go ahead and say module.exports. Make sure that you have that S on there. Super tricky S. And then we'll export the person model. Export the person model so we can interact with our database and other files. Okay. And for now, I think this, let's add one more thing. We'll swipe back to this file later in the lesson, but for now, we'll add one more thing. And the thing we're going to add is it would be nice to add that full name virtual again. We saw it over inside of the person schema example. Could just copy and paste it from here. But let's go ahead. We'll type it out, get the muscle memory. So I want to go ahead and add the full name to it as well. So I'll say person schema dot virtual in parentheses. Go ahead and use the single quote of full name, capital N for name. Dot get. Now we're going to need to use just a normal function expression. Don't use an arrow function here. Normal function expression. And then return this dot first name plus a space plus this dot last name. Now, the reason we want to make sure we're using a function expression here is if we remember to our arrow functions would inherit this from outside of that function. An arrow function would just inherit like the top level of this if we used it. Since we want this keyword to refer to our document so we can get its first name, so that we can get its last name, we need to make sure that we just use a normal function expression. So something that can be a little tricky if you accidentally use like a arrow function there. Add the full name virtual. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and slack out this file for now. I think we're actually at a good spot for another break. So I'll slack this file out. We'll go ahead and come back at 4:10 p.m. And whenever we come back, we're going to go ahead and actually create our first person. Go ahead, start working on the file to actually create them. So come back at 4:10. Okay, it's 4:10. Let's go ahead and come back together, everyone. When we'd left off, we'd finished up our person schema and our person model, or at least for now. Might come back to and do a little bit more tweaking after we get further. And then we were going ahead and about to get started creating our first people. We're going to start this over inside of create.js, which is inside of the bin folder and inside of the person folder inside of it. So everybody go ahead, open up bin person create.js. We'll go ahead and get started shortly after. Let's see if I can't get the README available as well. All that useful. Okay, let's start off by going through what's inside of this file. They've actually gone ahead and provided us some starter code, so let's review it. First line over here, we know it, we know what it does. It's going ahead and requiring the Mongoose library. Next thing after that, it's going to be a little bit new to us. If we want to go ahead and use Mongoose, well, we're going to need to connect to our database. The way that we connect to our database is by using the mongoose.connect method. Just saying mongoose.connect. And then it needs a couple of different arguments. The first argument is going to be a path to our database. And it's actually going ahead and using the MongoDB protocol, kind of like you'd use the HTTP protocol or the HTTPS protocol, using a MongoDB protocol to connect to a database. And they're saying it's going to be localhost. So it's going to be a local database. And the database is going to be called mongoose-crud. So this is actually going to be a new database from our last lesson. Our last lesson, we ended up using mongo-crud. But for this lesson, since it's our mongoose lesson, it's going to be mongoose-crud. So anything we did in the last lesson won't affect this lesson. Now, there are a couple of different options that you have to pass through. And these are needed inside of, these are needed whenever you're using this current version of Mongoose that we're using right now. In the future, you won't have to use them. I think it's at the most recent version of Mongoose, they actually got rid of these flags, so you won't have to worry about them going forward. That said, haven't gone ahead and switched over our lesson materials to them yet in case there are bugs there, so it'll happen in time. For now, I'm going to mention these flags are needed to avoid deprecation warnings in the current version of Mongoose. They won't be needed in future versions. So I wouldn't memorize them if I were y'all. And in our current Mongoose version, if you do forget them, it'll tell you, hey, add that flag. So even now, not something you'd ever have to memorize. Kind of one of those things where you just try it and then it'll tell you, hey, go add it. So all that goes ahead and connects to our Mongoose database. After we've connected to our database, what it goes ahead and does is it gets access to our database connection. That's going to be at mongoose.connection. Mongoose.connection is going to be our database. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to say db.once. So for our database, once it's been opened, once we have access to our database, we're going to run this function. So we aren't going to be writing the majority of our code just out here willy-nilly. Most of our code, well, we want Mongoose to have started first. So most of our code we're going to write inside of this function, which is kind of similar to what we did back over in jQuery land. Back in jQuery land, we wouldn't write most of our code just out in the file for app.js. Most of our actual logic would go inside of like this little wrapper thing, if we remember back to jQuery. So kind of similar idea over here. Most of our logic is going to be inside of here because it's going to need to happen once we've gone ahead and connected to the database. We've gone ahead and added a couple of steps that we'll be filling in ourselves. And then at the very bottom, they go ahead and say db.close. What that's doing is we opened a connection to our database. Once we're done with all of our logic, we're going to call db.close to close that connection. Just clean up after ourselves. Make sure that, okay, if it needed to do anything to open this connection, you can go ahead and shut it down. Okay. Now let's go ahead and get started on our logic. The first thing we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and require the person model. We created it over in this other file. We exported it at the bottom. Let's go ahead and use it. Let me get open the files over here on the side. So for the person model, we're going to say const person equals require, and then the path to that file. Right now we're inside of create.js, which is in the person folder. And we need to get over to the models folder and down into person.js. Let's go ahead and start by going up a folder. We'll say .. That's going to bring us up into the bin folder. We can then say .. one more time to bring us up into the root of our project. We could then go ahead and drill into our models folder. So say models, and then /person. Now give us access to our person model. Okay. What do we want to work on next? Next thing we can go ahead and work on. Let me go ahead and move this over to the side. Can be getting the data from our user. The way we're going to end up using this file, this create.js file, so we're going to say node, the path to create.js, and pass it the name of our person, their birth date, height, and weight. Let's go ahead and work on accepting in all of that data. We saw how we could accept data inside of a previous lesson, and that was with this process.argv array. Argv meaning argument vector, which isn't that important to know. Now, let's go ahead and create some variables for each. Let's go ahead and create some variables for each of these inputs over here. The first one is going to be for our first name. We can say const first name. And since it's going to be user input, I'm just going to say first name user input. And that's going to be equal to process.argv square brackets 2. Now, I'm going to want something kind of similar to that, 5 times pretty much. I'm going to paste this. Not only do I want the first name, but I also want the last name. Not only do I want those, I want the date of birth, so DOB. Not only do I want that, I want the height, and I want the width as well. So I would just suggest copying that one line 5 times, renaming it. We'll have to update the numbers over here in just a second as well. Isham, you had a question?
Should you have weight instead of width? Because
Weight. I see why I did that. Yeah, weight. My apologies. The height and width thing is just like such a common formula where it's just like brain immediately went there. Okay. Now we also need to renumber it to, if we remember our numbers, like node over here would be process.argv0. The path to the file would be process.argv1. Fred's going to be process.argv2. Jones will be 3. So let's update last name to be 3. And we can bump up all the other numbers. So DOB will be 4. Height will be 5. Weight, not width, will be 6. Let me add a note over here as well. Just give us a comment. Extract or create variables for our user's input. Yeah, like that. Give you all a little bit of time to finish typing that down because there's a lot there. Okay. At this point, we've got all of the data we're going to need. So we're ready to go ahead and create our person. Oh, did they want us to do it? It looks like they wanted us to write this code down here underneath line 27, but you don't really have to wait for the database to open before we get the user input. It's not waiting on it. I'm just going to delete out that comment since we did it differently. Next thing it has is it wants us to create our person. We did see that there were 2 different ways to create a person before. The way we're going to end up using is going to be person.create. And we need to pass it an object that has all of our different fields. So we need to go ahead and have a first name on it, which the value of that is going to be first name user input. We're also going to want a last name, whose value will be last name user input. We're going to want a DOB, whose value will be DOB user input. Height, whose value is going to be height user input. Width, whose value is going to be width. No, wait. So it's going to be a weight with the weight user input. Almost got myself with the width twice. Okay. Now, for person.create, there's going to be one other thing we're going to need to do. With person.create, it could succeed or it could fail. So we're going to go ahead and use one of our promises. We'll add a dot then. If it succeeds, console.log. Just show me the person you created. If it fails, .catch console.error. So if it succeeds, it'll log it. If it fails, it'll log the error. Now, there's one other thing we have to kind of think about, and it's going to be this db.close down here. Right now, we're not going to log the person or log an error until after they've been created. So we're going to start creating the person. Then this function's not going to run until after db.close has happened. We're going to start creating the person. db.close is going to happen. Eventually, we'll either get a log it or error it. That seems very problematic. Maybe it's going to finish creating the person before it gives it back, but we are closing the database kind of at the same time. We want to go ahead and move db.close to a different location. And we want to close the database if we're successful or if things fail. So we kind of want something that's like a dot then and a dot catch. And y'all might have seen this inside of your lesson with Weston back when we all were learning about promises. There's actually another function out there called dot finally. Have we ended up seeing dot finally already? Not familiar with it? No,
not yet. We didn't cover that in Wednesday's lesson.
That's fine. The idea behind dot finally is going to go ahead and happen whether it succeeds or fails. Dot then success, dot catch failure, finally, doesn't matter if it succeeded or failed, gonna go to finally no matter what. And what we want to happen no matter what is we want to close that database connection. So whether it's successful or it fails, shut down that database. And Whale, you had a question?
Yeah. So is then, catch, and finally, is that basically just like error handling, but with I guess doing this, or the promises and stuff like that?
Then, catch, and finally are like how we handle promises. So then
like
it's success.
Try catch.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good way to think of it. It's very similar to a try catch. Whatever you do inside of a promise could be done similarly inside of a try catch with something called async/await, which we should be able to go ahead and rope into some of your lessons later.
Cool, thank you.
On it. Yeah, no problem. DP had a question as well?
Yeah. Finally, is this from Mongoose, or do we have this in?
So I mentioned that it's on a promise. So since it's on a promise, it's available in all of JavaScript.
Okay.
If we go ahead and type in promise finally, we'd probably find like some good MDN docs on it. Yeah, right there.
Oh, it's important. Okay.
Oh, is this a different finally? No, this is the final we're looking about. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, with all that said, let's try it. I'm going to go ahead and Slack this out first because I kind of trust it. Maybe I shouldn't trust it. Maybe I should actually test it before Slacking it out. I'm going to Slack it out for y'all. Blindly have faith in this code. So if y'all need it, it's out there. Now let's go ahead and try to run it. Now, we could go ahead and spend a lot of time figuring out, okay, what are the different values we want to use? Or we could pull up the README and we could create Fred Jones, which I'm okay with. 1998 for Fred. I feel like Fred Jones is much older than that. If we run that, it's very strange. I didn't see those warnings whenever I was testing out the solution code. If you see some warnings, I wouldn't get too tripped up about them. But we do get to see that Fred Jones was created. He has a first name on him, Fred, last name of Jones, date of birth, the one we gave it, with the time of day being all zeros since we didn't give an actual time of day, and a height and a width. So we were able to go ahead and create a person using person.create from our person model. Let's go ahead and pause for questions about what we just went through. Any questions about how we went ahead and created a person? Lydia.
No, it's right there. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions out there? Wasn't anything from the thread that you think would be worth reinforcing over here? Okay. Well, if there aren't other questions, then that's another way that we can go ahead and create a document. This way we're using Mongoose instead of MongoDB. And this is how we're going to be creating them kind of from now on. That said, let's go on to our next part. Okay. So the next thing we're going to go ahead and look at is going to be an index. For index, it's going to be a little bit easier for us to run it. We'll just go ahead and say node and then the path to index. Don't need to pass any specific values. And what the index is going to do is it's going to go ahead and give us back all of our people, give us back all of our people documents. So let's go ahead and start working on that. I'm going to pull up VS Code. And the file we're going to want to open up is going to be the index.js file inside of the person folder. So it's right next to the create file. Actually, it looks like the index.js file is starting off completely empty. So I think a good way to start this off might be to go ahead and copy our create.js file. We can copy everything from create.js. We'll paste it inside of index.js, and then we'll talk about what's different. A lot of it's going to be the same kind of boilerplate. But let's just start off by copying everything from create.js into our index.js file for our person folder. Give you all a little bit of time to finish up copying that down. Okay, so for the index, I think this is going to be a pretty short one for us. We can start going off top to bottom. We're still going to need to require Mongoose, still want access to a Mongoose library so we can interact with our database. We're still going to go ahead and connect to our database. We're still going to go ahead and say const db equals mongoose.connection. So after we've connected to our database, we have access to it. We are going to still want the person model. I've mentioned that the person model is going to let us interact with our database. Up to this point, we've only seen it used to create a person document, but we can also use it for our other CRUD operations. So we're going to want the model so that we can go ahead and get all of our documents out. Get all of our person documents. Now, whenever it comes to going ahead and getting variables from our user's input, for index, we don't need that. For index, we don't need any user input. So for our index, we're just going to delete these lines right here. Don't need to get any variables for our user's input. So go ahead, just delete out those variables. You'll see some red lines break further in the file, which we'll get to once we get there. Okay. Next thing we're going to go ahead and do. Well, right now we have a person.create. We're actually going to want to use a different method. Let me go ahead and update this comment. We don't want to find a person. We want to find all the person documents. Find all of the person documents or people documents. Now, if we look at our README, they actually have a couple of suggestions of different methods we could use. Instead of Mongoose, these are going to be three very, very common methods used to find documents. One is called find, which is very similar to the find y'all saw earlier inside of the Mongo shell. It's going to go ahead and find as many documents as possible. Another one that's very similar to the Mongo shell earlier today is find one. Find one, similar to find that we saw earlier today. We'll go ahead and just find the first document. So named the same because they have very similar functionality. Now, a third method we could go ahead and use to find a document inside of Mongo is going to be find by ID. So if you ever have an ID of a document and you want to find that specific document, this is going to be the one we'll end up using. We'll end up seeing this used inside of our show request later, because for show request, we do want to find a resource by its ID. So that'll come up later. For now, though, if I want to find all of the person documents, we'll go ahead and use find. We'll just say person.find. And if we want to find all of the people, well, we can just call it with empty parentheses, just like we did earlier inside of the Mongo shell. To find all the people, just say person.find. Similar syntax to Mongo shell. Just as a comment example, earlier in the shell, we did a db.people.find empty. So very similar idea. All right, now it's going to go ahead and console.log all of the people and then close the database connection. Let's go ahead and see how that looks. I think we might just leave it there because I could see that looking all right. To go ahead and run this, we could either go ahead and copy the steps straight from our README, has it right here. Yeah, let's just do that. I'm just going to copy the steps straight from our README, the node bin/person/index.js. And then go ahead and run that. And it does go ahead and give me back all of my documents. Now, it only gave me back one document because I've only created Fred Jones. So probably a good time to go ahead and create some other people. Let me go ahead and create another person or two. I would suggest doing the same on your side. I think Fred Jones is from Scooby-Doo, so I'm going to go with Shaggy. I don't know his last name. When in doubt, Smith. Birth date, I'll barely change it, but not that important to change. Height, you can be 60 inches. Weight, you can be 245. Go ahead and create Shaggy as well. I'll go ahead and create a third person just so our index is a little bit more visual. I'll also go ahead and create Scrappy. Last name, Dew. I wonder if Shaggy's last name is Dew. Okay, gonna hit enter. Now I've created 3 people. If I do an index again, I can get all 3 of my documents back. Fred Jones, Shaggy Smith, which is apparently Norville Shaggy Rogers, and Scrappy Dew. Once we get to the update section, we might have to fix that name. Any questions about our index? It's really similar to what we were doing a second ago. I think the biggest thing is we didn't need any data from our user. And we're doing a person.find, kind of similarly to what we did in the shell. Ooh, which one of y'all got the hand up first? I'm just throwing it to Whale.
So last on Thursday when was it Thursday? No, it was Wednesday when we were with Weston. He kind of showed us how to like break up our code. Like, can we possibly do the same thing with this const mongoose? Because since we're doing it like again and again, can we possibly put that in like another JS file and just require it?
Do the const mongoose. Which bit are you wanting to put in a different file?
You know how on index.js from line 4 all the way to, I guess, const person.
Yeah.
Where that's kind of like rinse and repeat. Can theoretically we could just put that in a file and just require it?
Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Okay.
That said, one thing about this program is we do want you all to see that a hand full,
Yeah.
like, so you're comfortable with it. And that's kind of why that repetition's there. It's like, yeah, you could refactor it, but yeah, that's the reasoning. Hisham, you had a question as well?
Yeah, so it's returning these as objects, right? Because it is a object reference mapper. So
right now, I believe it's returning them as the documents themselves.
I mean, like the way that it's viewed as an object, right?
Yeah, we're seeing them. Yeah, we're seeing these as objects at the end of the day right now.
Yeah, without putting like pretty or anything like that. So
yeah, looks pretty nice. Why does it look that nice? I'm actually kind of curious as to why it looks that nice, because I'm not actually sure how they. Oh, okay. I think I know what they're doing, but not worth getting into. Okay. Typically, I would just expect this to have like no white space and look hideous if we console logged it. So, but not worth digging into how I think they're making that pretty. Okay, if there aren't other questions about the index, then we can go ahead and keep moving along. Did I already select this one out for y'all? Or did I select out create? Select out create. Let me select out this one for y'all as well. And as a reminder, the commands to run them are still in the README. So not slacking out the commands to run them, but if you need the commands to run them, then just in the README. Okay. Let me pull up our lesson again. Which one's our lesson? That's our lesson. Okay. Before we go on, let's do a little brief detour and hit the bits inside of the README while we're here. We already talked about how there were going to be 3 different methods, and we will see find by ID inside of show. That's where that one's coming up. Currently, though, do want to mention that this find is very, very, very similar to what we saw earlier over inside of the shell. Specifically, we could go ahead and if we wanted to search for a specific person, like if I want to search for a person whose first name was Mike, I could go ahead and pass it an object with a first name of Mike and like filter down for that, just like we were doing earlier inside of the first lesson. So works very similarly between the two. That's the main thing I want to point out now. We'll see this idea come up later inside of a future lesson, but for now, just remember, we can go ahead and pass an object to filter by as well if we wanted to. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and move on to show. For show, if we look at how we're going to be using it, we're going to go ahead and call our show.sh script, sorry, show.js script. And then we're going to go ahead and pass it our ID. That's what these numbers are going to be. So for show, we just want to show a single document at a time. Let's go ahead and get working on that. We open up show.js. We can see that it's initially empty as well. Let's go ahead and copy and paste our index over, and we'll change it up a little bit. So we can copy and paste our index.js file into show.js, and we'll tweak it just a little bit. Give folks a little bit of time to get that copied over. Now, as was mentioned earlier, we do have a lot of boilerplate at the top. It's also going to be the same for this file. Realistically, lines 4 through 16 are all needed because we need access to our database. We need access to the person model. All these lines still needed. One thing that show is going to need, that index didn't need, is going to be some user input though. We can already see it over here, like they want the ID. So we're going to need to go ahead and create a variable for it. Now this is going to be an ID for a person. So let's go ahead and call it const person ID user input. And we'll set that equal to process.argv, our good old argument vector. Pass it a 2. Get the ID of the person document you want to show. Now, for our comment down below, instead of finding all of the people, we want to just find a single person. Find a single person document by their ID. So their underscore ID. Method we're going to use was mentioned over in the README. We could technically do find one here as well. But find by ID, definitely the preferred way to find something by an ID. So we'll go ahead and use find by ID. Do we have a link over here for find by ID? We do. If I pull open the find by ID docs, it tells us that the first parameter it needs is going to be the ID. It also tells us that anything else is optional. So we'll just pass it person ID user input. And let's go ahead and try to show that. Going to go ahead and say node bin/person/show.js. And I need to give it an ID of a specific person I want to see. I'm going to go ahead and look at Scrappy Doo. So I'll pass it the ID of Scrappy Doo. If I hit enter, do you get back just Scrappy Doo? That was by running node bin/person/show.js, passing the ID of the person I wanted to show. Let me go ahead and copy this out. And I'll send it out over inside of the code chat. Any questions about our show.js code? Okay. There aren't questions. A couple of ways we could go about things right now. At this point, we still have destroy and update to do. So we still want to see about deleting a person. We also want to see about updating them. We can't leave it as Shaggy Smith. Now, obviously it has to be Norville Shaggy Rogers. So have to get there. That said, I think we might be at a good point to cycle back over to our person.js file. I kind of mentioned that there was some more stuff we could do in here before and just kind of left it off, mostly so that we could get into the code a little bit sooner, because even the way we did it, still about an hour before we actually got to run stuff. The one thing that really stands out as missing right now is if I look at this document I just got back, Does anybody actually want to raise their hand and tell me what should be here that isn't? Feel free to raise it up. There's something we added that I'm just not seeing down here. Wait.
Is the full name? No.
It's the full name. Where the heck is the full name? Got the first name, got the last name, date of birth, height, and weight. There's going to be a little bit more work to actually get this virtual functioning. Let's go ahead and all go back over to our person.js file, and we can start working on that full name. Make sure those virtuals show up. Okay. Now, there are a couple of things we're going to need to do. We're going to start off by modifying the schema, though. And not exactly the schema object itself. For the schema, right now we have this huge object right here. After this huge object, I want us to put a comma. So down here on line 35, I'm putting a comma. Then I'm putting a new object right after it. This is going to be our options object. We'll get to put different options in here about our schema. You can go ahead and maybe even add a comment here. This is the options object with options about our schema. So it's not inside of that previous object, right after it. Now there's a couple of things that we're going to want to add down here. The two most important ones to get the virtuals to show up are going to be something called toObject, and we'll go ahead and set an object over here. And we're going to say virtuals : true. We're also going to want to do the same thing. So I'm just copying and pasting it, like legit the same thing, for something called toJSON. Now, what these are going to do is whenever Mongoose uses the toObject or toJSON method of a document, make sure to include virtuals. So anytime Mongoose tries to go ahead and convert a document into JSON, make sure to include the virtuals. Wouldn't be surprised if that actually got us all the way right here. Yeah, just call it again. Look, we have our full name. So right now we're seeing our document as a JSON representation. At some point, Mongoose had to call one of these to turn it into this JSON. So by saying virtuals : true, just goes ahead, includes all of our virtuals on the document. This will include virtuals when console.logging. So pretty neat. Whale, you had a question?
Yeah, so once we run it, it shows that the IDs are virtual. It runs it, it just logs it again.
It gives us, so this is the actual data for it, but I'm pretty sure the reasoning is enough people were like, okay, I tried typing ID and it failed. And it's like, yeah, it's actually _ID. So they added a virtual over here to have an _ID and an ID. So it's like, okay, whichever one you use, you're good. Kind of a hilarious reason for them to use a virtual, but yeah, I like it. So yeah, we did get this extra ID as well. Now, that kind of takes care of virtuals for us. We got them. They're showing up. One other thing that'd be kind of cool to add here, though, is now that we have this options object, we can also get timestamps for our documents. To go ahead and add timestamps, so created at and updated at timestamps, we just need to say timestamps : true. Make sure that's inside of this options object down here. This says add created at and updated at timestamps to documents. Now, admittedly, I'm not exactly sure what would happen if we try to get this document right here and look at it again, since we created it before we added that. We get it. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have included them. Let's go ahead and try to create another document, though. Let's go ahead and create Velma Dinklage. I think that's right, or close enough. If I create Velma, whenever her document was created, it added 2 timestamps to it. A timestamp saying whenever that document was created, and a timestamp saying, okay, when's the last time you changed it? Which right now are exactly the same because we haven't ever changed it. But if we do change it, the update of that would be different. Now I'm going to go ahead and slack out person.js again. And let's say person.js with options object. It's the biggest difference this time around. Okay. Kevin, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm missing something. I copied what you wrote and I tried to also do the show JS again with the ID, but it's not showing anything new. It's not showing like a full name or a new ID.
So you didn't get the full name?
No.
Make sure that these are spelled exactly the same. Did you make sure JSON's yelling at you?
Yeah.
And you made sure, really sure virtuals is spelled exactly the same?
Yep.
Let's go ahead and hold that for a break. You can stick around and we can look at it then. With that said, we're actually at a good spot for a 10-minute break. Let's take a 10-minute break. Whenever we come back, we'll start talking about our last 2 CRUD actions. So we have delete and update left. Come back at 5:08. And feel free to go ahead and share up your screen, Kevin.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
I can. Okay, let's pop over to person.js. And oh, where's that being added? Oh, so that's so we were wanting to add that to the schema itself. Lines 39 through 49 should be like after line 34. Copy up to that comma.
That's right.
And then after the closing curly brace on line 34.
Yeah.
That's where you'll paste it.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. My bad.
No worries. And it happens more than you'd expect. Actually, maybe it happens about where you'd expect. I'd probably expected like 2 or 3 people per class. DP, is that a question that can be held until we come back, or?
Yes, that's what I was about to
Okay.
ask.
Let's go ahead and hold it until we're back in class. Okay, it's 5:08. Let's go ahead and come back together. Deepa, did you still have another question?
No, I have fixed it.
Oh, sweet. Okay, let's go ahead and keep chugging along with today's lesson. I go ahead and pull up our README. Let's see what's next on our list of things to do. It's like we're going to be destroying next. Okay, let's go ahead and try it out. Now, before we even go ahead and open up the file, let's look at this command. We can see that to run it, we're going to need to say node, the path to destroy, and then the ID again. Kind of just the same thing that show.js had going on, except saying destroy instead. It's already kind of our first hint that these are going to be really similar to each other. Let's go ahead and copy our show.js, and we'll paste it inside of destroy.js to start off with, because they both need to get that ID to do with their logic. So everybody go ahead, copy show.js into destroy.js. Give y'all some time to do that. While y'all are doing that, go ahead and pull up this documentation. Okay. So one thing I want to mention right now is that there are going to be a lot of ways to update documents and a lot of ways to delete them inside of Mongoose. There's not like one right way. There's instead 3 or 4 very common ways. With that in mind, we're going to be using this delete one method right now. There are other ways to delete, but this is going to be the one we're going to be learning about now. It'll come in handy once we have to deal with authentication in the future. The way this delete one method works, what they're talking about, is it says it removes the document from the database. It's equivalent to that old remove function that we said we aren't going to use anymore, that old bad thing. And the way we can use it, and we're going to have to adjust this a little bit. They're using some syntax we haven't seen already. So we're going to say product equals product.delete one. So they're saying that we're going to say delete one to get rid of our product. Okay. Over inside of destroy.js, so far we've been just console.logging the person instead of actually trying to do something with it. Let's go ahead and update this .then to be a little bit more interesting. Let's replace it with an arrow function. We'll say person, our arrow, and then some curly braces. I don't think it'd be a bad idea to keep doing some of what was already happening, specifically doing a console.log of the person. I don't think that'd be a bad idea to do right before we deleted it. But we are going to need to go ahead and delete our person. To do that, we'll follow that example. We'll say person.delete one. And there's one other thing we're going to want to do here. We don't just want to say person.delete one, but we also want to return it. Specifically, to keep our promise chain going. So if an error occurs, it'll let us know that it was deleted. Let me go ahead and add a comment here. Call delete one to remove the person from the database. Now let's also go ahead and add another .then. We'll add one more .then. And it'll just go ahead and have an arrow function that says console.log person deleted successfully or something like that. Just so we know it was successful. Semi, you have a question?
Well, what you said the return statement was for, Ben?
to continue our promise chain. So this dot then will happen afterwards, or an error message would happen.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let me add a note in here because that is a good thing to have. Return so the promise chain continues. Okay. Now let's go ahead and try it out. How am I gonna delete? Let me do an index to get all of my folks. Looks like I got Velma, Scrappy, Shaggy, Fred. Let's go ahead and get rid of Fred. To go ahead and run our destroy script, we're gonna need to copy the ID. So I'm gonna copy Fred's ID. If you don't have an ID around, run your index again. You should be able to get an ID, or just create another person if you want to use that person. And then we'll go ahead and run destroy.js and paste the ID of who we want to destroy. If I hit enter, I get to see Fred Jones get logged from my console.log on line 26. Then I get to see person deleted successfully. So it looks like Fred is gone. I can verify that Fred is gone by trying my show.js with Fred. If I try to show Fred and Fred can't be shown, well, it's been deleted. I tried to show Fred, instead it showed null. Fred's been deleted. I'm going to go ahead and Slack this out for folks. If there are any last questions about delete one, do let me know. Destroy.js. Go ahead and see if I remember how to do this other one off the top of my head. I mentioned there's a lot of different ways to do things. This is going to be realistically the way we'll end up using throughout class most of the time. But do want to see if I remember how to do this other one off the top of my head. The other really common pattern that you might see is going to be kind of similar to the shell that we saw earlier today. And that would just be to say .delete one. And I think you just pass it the ID. That goes ahead and just deletes it immediately. It doesn't go ahead and give us like a dot then to go ahead and do some logic in. Just deletes it immediately. Let me go ahead and try to delete Velma. If I try to delete Velma. Oh, looks like I have something off. Parameter defined must be an object. Delete one. Maybe I misremembered it. Or maybe it wanted that to be underscore ID. Let me try that again, but filter for an object with that ID. That time it worked. So if you go ahead and say, okay, delete one, but search for the underscore ID of that person ID. Shorter way to do what we just did, but going to be less powerful later on because we won't be able to customize it as much. Let me go ahead and add a comment down here. Another shorter way to delete a single document, less customizable. We can't do stuff inside of that dot then. And I'll just leave that here. Leave it commented out, uncomment our normal one. Okay. Are there any last questions on delete before we move on? Any questions about that delete one function I was just doing there? Just want to show off another way that you could delete. Okay, well, if there aren't, let's keep chugging along. Oh, Sammy?
Sorry, Ben, I'm just still a bit confused why we're using the return statement. Is it because we need the function to end somehow, or?
Let's try it without the return statement. Don't think it's going to work without it, but let's see what happens. Oh, I'm running out of things to delete. Who's getting deleted next? Scrappy. Oh, poor Scrappy. Let's try it with Scrappy. We run this, and right now we've removed the return. Oh gosh, that was upset with us. Server instance pool was destroyed. Successfully deleted and server instance was destroyed. Beautiful. Well, that was a fun error. So short takeaway, always add the return there or else we get this fun error. Other thing of what's going on here is whenever we go ahead and say return delete one, that goes ahead and makes sure that this delete one finishes and then this dot then happens. If we just delete the return, it goes ahead and starts deleting it from the database, but that's going to finish at some point in the future. And I think it just went ahead with the rest of it, closed the database, and then try to delete afterwards. At least that's my guess as to what just happened there. I think because we didn't do the return, I think it went straight on to these other ones.
Oh,
the database, and it was still like in the middle of trying to delete, and the database got closed while it was deleting. That's my guess as to why that error is occurring. But go ahead and add that return. If we add that return, this dot then has to wait on delete one to finish. So we return, so the promise chain is waiting on it to finish. Then it'll do our nice pretty message, close the database, and we won't run into that error because the database won't close midway through the program.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, thanks. That's useful because I think I would never have thought about this. So I guess it's good to be used even in the future in other instances.
Yeah, it's good to be aware of for like delete one, or same kind of idea for like if you were doing AJAX calls. Y'all remember back to whenever you're writing your API files, you'd always say return before the AJAX call. Same kind of idea. You need that return just so the other code waits on it.
Like you want to make sure that this happens before running anything else. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to piggyback on Sammy's question. So if we took off the curly braces and remove that console.log, we wouldn't have to return it, right? Since it's a arrow function and it's a callback calling it right. I mean, it has an implicit return.
Yeah, if you got rid of the console log, you could turn it into one line with the implicit return. Yep.
All right, cool.
Okay. Let's keep chugging along. So at this point, Sammy, you have another question?
Oh, sorry.
Might be a false call. Go ahead and keep moving along now. Let's try to go through update as well. We'll see how far we can get. We are getting kind of close to the end of the day, but I think we have time for it. For update, let's go ahead and kind of first start off just by looking it over. If we look over this command down here, we see that we need to pass it a lot of data, like a lot of data. We need to pass an ID followed by all of the data we needed for create. Now, there are going to be two different things that this is probably like. Probably the closest ones might be like show.js because it needs the ID as well, or maybe create because it needs all of the data. Let's go ahead and copy and paste show.js. We'll use it as our starter code. So copy and paste show.js. And we'll paste it into update.js. So copy show.js, paste it into update.js. Give folks a little bit of time to do that. And before we go too much further, let's go ahead and do another quick win. For create, we actually already have all this data being passed in. Let's go over to create.js. And where we've defined all of our variables, let's go ahead and copy all of those variables. We're going to need a first name user input. We'll need a last name user input, DOB user input, so on and so forth. Just copy all of those from create.js, paste them underneath our person ID user input. So we're copying those all from create.js, pasting them inside of update.js. Then we're going to need to renumber them. First name user input needs to be variable 3. Last name needs to be increased by 1 as well. Date of birth needs to be increased by 1. They all need to be increased by 1. So make sure to renumber them 2 through 7 to get all of our data. We have a little bit of time to work on that. Okay. Now, there's a couple of ways we could go about this. Let's try out both of them. I think we have the time for it. We're going to want to go ahead and edit this first .then. Instead of just doing a console.log, let's change over to an arrow function that accepts a person. And let's just go ahead and have some curly braces for now. Now, there are a couple of ways we could go ahead and update our code. As actually, there are probably 3 or 4 different ways. We're going to see 2 different ways together, but yeah, there are a lot of ways to do things inside of Mongoose. The way we're going to look at is going to be using the save method first. Let's see if we get any more information on the save method. The way we can use the save method is if we have a document and we want to change it, we can just go ahead and actually modify its property. So like if I want to go ahead and modify the sold property and just say product.sold equals, and I can change it to whatever I want. After I've changed my document, if I want that change to stick, I need to go ahead and save it. That's going to be our first technique. So we're going to find our person. And after we find our person by the ID, we're going to go ahead and start editing them. Let's say person.firstname equals first name user input. We can do a similar thing for the other 4 variables. Same kind of idea for the last name. Same kind of idea for the date of birth, just DOB. Same kind of idea for the height. And the same kind of idea for the weight. I'll add a comment here. Update the person document. maybe go ahead and use, maybe say update the person documents. Properties. Could also call those fields, lots of different terms we could use. Now we don't want to just edit our person. As we were just talking about, we also need to save those changes. So we'll need to say return person.save. Save our modifications to the person. Now, one last piece of logic I want us to add before we go ahead and test it out. Well, it's kind of like the meat of it, but I think it'd be good for us to have a console log still. So dot then console.log. We can do that after the save has finished. So we're completely sure it's what it's going to look like because it's already been saved. Now, if we go ahead and try this out, well, I'm going to need to do an index first. I think I still have Shaggy laying around. Yeah. Got Scrappy laying around too. Oh, I guess I tried to demo Scrappy for a failed delete because I deleted the word return. So I guess we have both of them. That's cool. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and call this update script. And I'm going to go ahead and call it on Shaggy. Now, I could go ahead and type all of this out from scratch, but that sounds like a lot. So I'm going to go back over to the README. I'll copy out this update command. I'll make sure to change out the ID and change it up a little bit. So I'm going to just paste that down here. Now the person I want to change is going to be Shaggy, so I'll copy their ID. And I'll delete out this ID. And what was their name? Norwell? Orville? Norwell? I'm going with Norwell. Rogers? That sounds right. Austin, if it's not, actually, where's Austin? Austin, thumbs up, thumbs down?
It is Norville.
Oh.
Rville.
Kind of close. Okay, wonderful. Then you can go ahead and run this just by hitting enter. And now we have Norville Rogers. And looks like they were updated successfully. Let me go ahead and, actually, I'm going to hold off on slacking this out because we're going to see another way to update as well. But any questions about our current approach to updating? We still needed to return person.save, same kind of idea as the delete one, where we need to go ahead and keep that promise chain going. Austin.
Yeah, so that double_v property, did we ever define what that is? Do we know?
I think my understanding, if I recall correctly, is it's like the version of that document. Like, I think each time you change the document, it goes up once. Or it's either that or the schema, but it's not super important. Like, realistically, I've never had to know it. It just doesn't come up.
I didn't think it's important, but I figured I'd ask anyway.
Yeah. Weston, if you wanted to go ahead and look that up and send it out over inside one of the channels or over inside the thread, feel free to. Yeah. Okay. Now, if there aren't other questions about the update itself, let's look at another way to update. So this is one way we could do it. And we'll need to do something like this later inside the course. I'm going to go ahead and copy it and just comment it out. I'll paste my copy above it. And